Hello, testing, testing.
All right. Good morning. We're here for the Public Service Commission's hearing on case number 9705, the EmPOWER reports. My understanding is we're going to start with comments from staff, MEA, and OPC. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Paige Shaw on behalf of staff. With me is Dan Hurley also for staff, and Mike Dean and Jim Greger for staff counsel. 2023 marks the second full program year reporting and the end of the fifth EmPOWER program cycle. Generally speaking, results were positive across all the utilities. All the electric utilities exceeded the 2% energy sales goal, as well as exceeded or came close to their annual goals for 2023 for energy savings, while costs across the portfolios were generally under forecast, meaning greater savings were achieved at a lower than expected cost. Additionally, there is one commission request among the utilities. SMECO is requesting approval to reinstate bill reduction credits and members helping members MHM donations as a part of its Energy Perks program. Currently, after completing online lessons and quizzes, participants can earn online store coupons. With this approval of this request, participants can also redeem points for bill credits and MHM donations, which will be most impactful for renters as they often do not have the ability to control the appliances in their residence, and limited income customers who may remain unable to afford buying new equipment. Staff recommends the Commission approve SMECO's request to reestablish all options available to customers for redeeming points earned through the Energy Perks program, to include bill credits and MHM donations. Finally, the Commission directed staff to provide a report on a complaint regarding the administration of BGE's building tune-up program, which is included in our comments. Staff reached out to both parties to discuss the complaint. The matter was resolved as BGE and the complainant came to a settlement, which resulted in the complainant withdrawing their complaint. After discussions with BGE, staff believes that this incident was an isolated issue and not systematic to BGE's programs. And with that, staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, so questions for staff. Anybody? Commissioner? Alrighty. Okay, thank you. OPC.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman
Actually,
and Commissioners.
Yeah, why don't you pull that down?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Nicole Zeitner, Assistant People's Counsel on behalf of the Maryland Office of People's Counsel, and I'm joined by Dylan Voorhees of VEIC. VEIC is OPC's consultant on the EmPOWER programs. So to begin, the 2021 to 2023 EmPOWER cycle results highlight the increasingly urgent need, as illustrated here, to stop incentivizing gas appliances under EmPOWER. The results of WGL's new construction program compared to the results of the electric utilities' air source heat pump programs are very telling. WGL installed more than 12,000 gas appliances in new homes during the 2021 to 2023 cycle. If those homes had been built as Energy Star all-electric homes, the avoided GHG emissions over 20 years would have been more than the life cycle GHG reductions claimed by WGL for all of its programs over the 2021 to 2023 cycle. In contrast, electric utilities collectively provided incentives for just 5,300 air source heat pumps. The electric utilities did meet their 2021 to 2023 residential savings targets while staying under budget. The gas utilities failed to meet their residential savings targets. The following slide demonstrates programs individually and at the program level, the performance of programs both individually and at the program level. And you can see the results on the right chart of different programs under EmPOWER. And the following slide demonstrates the gas performance programs, or the gas program's performance for residential. The gas utilities achieve significant savings from behavioral programs, and this represents an opportunity for non-appliance savings for the gas utilities. And this is something to consider when the Commission is considering ending incentives for gas appliances under EmPOWER, it's important to note that behavioral programs are an important opportunity for the gas utilities to achieve savings. Regarding gas appliances, as mentioned previously, the Commission's upcoming decision on gas appliances will have significant impacts on ratepayers and Maryland's ability to meet its climate goals. EmPOWER cannot be the sole mechanism by which the state meets its climate goals, but it can drive change.
So, as Ms. Zeichner said, in this cycle, the 2021 to 2023 cycle, Washington Gas provided incentives for more than 6,600 gas appliances in existing homes and more than 12,000 in new homes. And if we look at to understand the magnitude of that, we calculated what the greenhouse gas savings would have been if those 12,000 homes had been built as Energy Star all-electric homes, which is a standard that's available. The greenhouse gas emissions over 20 years would have been more than 400,000 metric tons, which is more than the life cycle greenhouse gas reductions claimed by WGL for all of its programs over the entire period. So if we think about shifting markets from gas appliances to efficient heat pumps, we can think about having a pedal that we're pushing down on to promote gas appliances, and a pedal that we're pushing down on to promote heat pumps. And in order to be able to push down on the pedal to promote heat pumps, we really need to back off of the pedal pushing down on the gas appliances, because it really doesn't work to push at both at the same time in the same market. And that's on the next slide.
So the issue that the Commission will be considering in the upcoming months regarding gas appliances, in OPC's view, warrants an expanded comment process, and we would respectfully ask that stakeholders have the opportunity to respond to the utility's justifications for continuing gas appliances, and that a hearing be held to fully address this issue. At that time, we suggest that the Commission may also wish to consider the question of gas appliances in the context of market transformation towards heat pumps to support the state's climate goals.
You can go two more. Finally, want to say a few words about heat pump market engagement in the programs, particularly the midstream HVAC program and the midstream element of the appliance program. So in contrast, as Ms. Leichner said, to the 20,000 or so gas appliances that were promoted during this period under EmPOWER, the 5 electric utilities provided incentives to about 5,000 air source heat pumps. Interestingly, it appears that a much larger number of air source heat pumps were sold and presumably installed in Maryland during this period, potentially 35,000 or that order of magnitude. That's good news, but the vast majority of those air source heat pumps were installed without contractor or distributor participation in EmPOWER. Understanding why that may have been, whether all of those would have qualified or not, is a more complex task, but this suggests a sort of troubling pattern of disengagement on part of distributors and contractors. Similarly, the number of heat pump water heaters under the EmPOWER appliance program in this 3-year period represents less than 2% of the number of electric water heaters that likely failed during that period and needed replacement. And each time one of those electric water heaters failed, it's an opportunity for a heat pump water heater to be installed, and yet the program's penetration was less than 2% of those opportunities. There are challenges with installing a heat pump water heater to replace a gas water heater. You need to have an electric hookup, all of that. None of those challenges exist when you have an electric water heater. That's a very appealing conversion, and those are missed opportunities. Furthermore, almost all of the heat pump water heaters under EmPOWER in the cycle were through the retail channel, as opposed to the midstream sort of distributor channel. Although it's likely that about half of water heaters are sold through distributors. Again, this indicates that the programs are not connecting with the market channels. And so the midstream programs don't really show evidence of what we would call market transformation. Beyond the individual number of transactions, market transformation is an objective of trying to change the status quo. And over the last couple of years, OPC and VEIC have approached our analysis and our recommendations about the midstream programs as if market transformation was the objective. And it is not clear that we are on the same page with the utilities about that objective. And therefore, OPC recommends that the Commission give more clarity and direction to the utilities that market transformation is in fact an objective, and that could be something that was considered during the development of a uniform program manual, which is something the Commission has ordered the utilities to do by mid-2025. Finally, on new construction, we know that all electric new construction is cost effective for most residential buildings. And some jurisdictions are beginning to require it under building codes. Not very many in coming years, but this is a trend that's starting to happen, a requirement that all construction be all electric. Incentive-based new construction programs help move the market toward new practices, such as adopting heat pumps in new construction. But the utilities are making very little progress in promoting all-electric new homes. Most of the utilities saw very little uptake. 2 of them saw some uptake of the US DOE's Zero Energy Ready Homes standard. Those are not all electric homes, but they're efficient enough and have enough design features that they could become all electric homes with minimal retrofitting. That's a low bar, and we didn't even see very high uptake on that. So there's a further opportunity for market transformation engagement in the new construction market, if that's the direction that the Commission gives. Thank you.
Thank you, and we welcome any questions.
So, questions for OPC?
Yeah.
Okay, it's Commissioner Barbe.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, having been a former legislator myself, there's always the question of what is in the wheelhouse of the legislature versus the Commission. So how would you describe it? How much latitude do you think we have under the law?
And Commissioner Barbe, are you referring to market transformation and
Yeah.
heat pumps? Yeah.
Exactly.
I think that...
And the reason I say this is that when we were writing the CSNA, one of the proposals was to require the electrification of all future buildings, and the legislature very decisively didn't go there.
So Commissioner Barbe, the EmPOWER statute, I think, does give the Commission very wide latitude to approve programs that it deems appropriate, cost-effective. I think that the Commission could greatly incentivize market transformation and greatly incentivize heat pumps, and that would be entirely within its purview and consistent with the EmPOWER statute. We know what the statutory goals are. We expect HB 864 to be signed by Governor Moore. However, the Commission can decide on the mix of programs that it would like, and it has wide latitude to do that. We know from other we know from the states setting ambitious climate goals, and we know from the Maryland Commission on Climate Change that gas incentives, for example, are not the way to go. We know that, and
I'm sorry, which kind of incentive?
Gas incentives for gas appliances are not not the way to go for Maryland. So the Commission has a lot of discretion here, and the statute allows the latitude, and we do think that you could greatly prioritize heat pumps. You could decide that we want the utilities to actually push for market transformation with heat pumps instead of just installing a certain amount. And I think we have to almost kind of agree on a goal of these programs. We know what the statutory goals are, but I think we have to agree on what is our goal with heat pumps and gas appliances. And that should be shifting the state towards where it needs to go, in OPC's view.
If I could add, I won't offer legal analysis, but I would say from a strategic and programmatic perspective, incentive-based programs, of which EmPOWER is the premier in the state, need to work hand in hand with other policy instruments, codes and standards, for example, workforce development and training. Those are other tools more or less outside of EmPOWER, but it's very difficult to achieve the overall policy recommendations or objectives of the state if the incentive programs don't work hand in hand with those other policy instruments that the state has. So I would argue that it's difficult to imagine how you could achieve the overall policy objectives without the incentive program playing a role, hopefully a positive role, pushing down on the right pedal, certainly not pushing on the wrong pedal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Engineer Richard.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation this morning. Just so I'm understanding that the market transformation, if we were to provide some kind of directive, because I know in the past we have been struggling on these midstream programs and trying to figure out what some of the best practices are around the nation. And so I guess the first target was to just try to increase the numbers. Is it generally understood what we would be directing if we say we want market transformation and not just numbers? I'm still a little confused exactly what we're doing, because I know we want to do better, and we're trying to emulate states that are doing well in this area.
And I'll let Mr. Voorhees answer that, but I would just like to add a few thoughts. So marketing, right? Marketing and messaging is so important. And when we're telling consumers, on one hand, they're reading an ad to put in a new gas appliance and the state's going to actually give them some money to do that, right? That's funded by other ratepayers. That's mixed messaging, right? And I think market transformation, we have to have a consistent, unified message telling the public what to do, telling contractors and distributors what to do. The contractors and distributors are also getting mixed messaging. So that's one thing. And then numbers are important, but if we're looking for market transformation, I think we want an emphasis on those numbers. We want greater numbers. But I would defer to Mr. Voorhees for additional. Thank you.
Commissioner, it's an excellent question. And there are several different components that I would look for that would be different. One of which would be clarity about the long-term direction that the state is going. And I think that the climate plan that was adopted last year is very clear about where that long-term is. And so if the long-term vision of where those markets are taken as a given, that is in fact where the state wants to go, then that creates different choices in the design of programs. And so that's one thing that would be different. Not only do we meet our EmPOWER savings goals in this cycle or this year, but are we on track to be at this point further down in the future? So that's one thing. Secondly, the benchmarks and the metrics and the analysis require looking at a closer look at how the market is functioning. So I said earlier, it's likely that half of the water heaters sold in the state are sold through a retailer, a big box store. Half of them are sold through a distributor. Well, that's a national statistic. It may or may not vary in Maryland, but understanding those market channels in detail and setting metrics for engagement in those market channels is something else. And the utilities, I think, are doing some of this, but a really close look at the metrics and the analysis of what's happening in the market. And then thirdly, again, I think the utilities would rightly argue that they are making efforts in this direction, but market transformation requires motivating both the demand side and the supply side. That's the two ingredients for the market. And so it's motivating customer demand, as Ms. Eichner said, and it is really having a deep focus on what it is that the supply side needs to sort of make change over time, and really bending over hard toward that those needs that those contractors, distributors have. That isn't to say doing what they want to be doing now, because many of them favor the status quo, and we're trying to change the status quo. But it means a supply side orientation to the programs in a very sort of committed way.
Great, thank you. And I know, MEA, you're up here shortly, but I'm hoping that you'll also, discuss this, and because as the state policy, energy policy director, I think it'd be good to know, what we can do collectively, and what this institute, what the commission can do to try to promote this concept of transformation. One other question for OPC. This is not in your presentation, but I was really interested in the clips recently about the Biden administration and their new HUD backed home requirement that they be energy efficient. Are you familiar with some of the details of that program? Is that something we should be watching and trying to align and I guess harmonize our programs here with the standards, the measures that would be in this, HUD requirement, this new HUD requirement on energy efficient homes?
I may not be. I may be somewhat familiar with it under a different name or reference, but that's certainly something that I'd be happy to look into and follow up with.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Sussman.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. I actually wanted to focus a little bit on an issue you raised in your submission, but not about heat pumps or promoting electrification, and that is the behavioral aspects of the program and the coordination between the utilities and DHCD. And it seems to me, clearly EmPOWER very focused on lowering GHG emissions, but at the same time, we cannot lose track of the fact that what we're doing needs to ensure that rates stay affordable. And some of the driver has to be reducing usage, which will reduce rates and reduce the final bill that a customer has to pay. And so I wanted you to talk a little bit about how EmPOWER can better focus the behavioral aspects of the program. It seems to me that this is kind of low-hanging fruit and doesn't involve the same kind of cost commitments, but I think we can see some big results if we are better able to sort of find ways to engage low and moderate income customers in ways that can help them to lower the bill. And I do have to sort of like an advertisement for our other proceeding that I have mentioned in other cases, and that's our affordability proceeding, which they're all tied together, and we cannot silo our analyses. And so what we're doing here has to play a role in our affordability proceeding, and our affordability proceeding has to come back to play a role here. And so I wonder if you can just speak to that, because I do worry that sometimes we get very focused on the shiny new objects, and we're forgetting sort of the really basic nuts and bolts of opportunities where we can really hit home on helping customers to lower their usage and not spend a lot of money doing it. So.
Yeah. Good.
Commissioner, thank you for those excellent questions. First of all, we strongly agree that the behavioral programs are a very strong element to the EmPOWER portfolio. They're cost effective, they're large, there's a large volume of savings coming from those programs, and I think there's a lot to be pleased about and look to build on. So in the past there have been some concerns by some other parties that maybe the behavioral programs are sort of too big a share, and I think OPC has taken a different conclusion, which is that it's great that the behavior programs are producing a lot of savings effectively. And they're programs that are very naturally connected to the assets that a utility has in particular. So they rely on sort of understanding the metered usage of a customer and communicating to them as a utility based on that information, targeting customers with messages that are related to their usage. The question about engaging more in achieving low income savings, so two I think comments generally. First of all, it's just important to note that the utilities do not have goals or objectives for achieving low-income savings that are different from other residential savings. And to the extent that it takes different investments, extra effort, other costs to reach low-income customers, there isn't a sort of natural incentive driving the utilities to sort of focus on that and innovate on that. That being said, BG&E in particular has done some segmenting of known low-income customers to try and target them with behavioral messages and materials, and we think that's excellent and should be deepened both by BG&E and the other utilities. And those engagements have sort of two elements to them. One, they have a direct behavioral message. If you consider doing this in your home, if you consider doing that in your home, you might see bill savings. And they also can be powerful at educating customers about the programs that are available to them through DHCD. And that's something that that some of the utilities are doing more than others, and we think should be a sort of an aggressive part of the behavioral opportunity is to connect those customers with the resources available to them.
Okay, thank you. To the extent that we are losing opportunities here because of lack of engagement or lack of information, we really need to target that. And I would recommend that this kind of focus also be shared in the affordability proceeding as well. To the extent that we can lower customers' bills because of behaviors that they can implement themselves, that would be terrific. So, thank you.
Commissioner Barbe.
Yeah, this is a question I was going to put to DHCD, but I'm going to ask you to comment on this. A lot of low-income renters are renting apartments and rooms in buildings where there is no individual metering. Have you worked that into your analysis?
We recognize, Commissioner Barbe, that is a problem, and what DHCD can offer to those individuals is their version of a home energy checkup where they can do what they can with the unit. But that has been an ongoing dilemma for EmPOWER and for other programs like this. I'm not sure if you have more.
Well, Commissioner, I would say I do think that's a good opportunity for DHCD to speak more about how they approach those buildings. It does mean that it's not really an opportunity for the kind of behavioral intervention.
If you can't measure it, you can't improve it.
And if the customer is not paying an individual bill, they're not as motivated to sort of pay attention to those. So I think individual metering is probably largely a requisite for those kinds of behavioral programs.
I mean, this isn't, I remember a public hearing where two families were living in two different apartments in a building, and they were splitting the water bills, and one family had 3 kids and one family was just a single individual, and she testified before us that she didn't think she was using 50% of the water. And it was unfortunate because clearly she had no incentive to reduce usage if she's just going to be paying 50%. They take the bill and cut it in half. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner O'Donnell, do you have any questions? All right. Okay, hearing that. So, on the issue of new construction, is the problem with the home builders or the utilities or a little bit of both as far as not moving toward electrification?
Mr. Chairman, the home builders are going to do what they do best, which is build homes. And so the purpose of these programs is to motivate a change in behavior. So I think we have to sort of take as a premise that it's the obligation of the program to understand the motivations of those builders and other sort of stakeholders in new construction, and work to incent, educate, and sort of bend and shift their behavior. And the new construction programs, I think, are successful at doing that because they are generally documenting that they are inducing home builders to build more energy efficient homes than they otherwise would. So we have sort of the fundamentals are there. They use educational materials and incentives to sort of induce that change. I think the question is sort of how ambitious and how motivated toward a longer term vision that's fundamentally not just about 10% more efficient, but all electric, low carbon new construction. And so I think it's about being more ambitious and thinking ahead a little bit about where we want the market to be, and educating and inducing those builders to pushing them a little bit further. And that might mean more training or more incentives, or different training and different incentives.
So I remember as a child when the electric utility industry was pushing resistance heating, that Pepco in particular had a very, widespread campaign to sort of push people to have an all-electric home. And it had nothing to do with climate or efficiency or anything like that. And this is when they were fully integrated, so literally all they were looking to do was sell more electricity. I mean, is it that kind of effort that's needed here to...
Yes, although the technologies are more complex than electric resistance heating, and so there's a technical aspect of it, of training that needs to occur. And there is some natural resistance, and there is some natural time element. You cannot push the pedal down all the way to the floor right away. You have to build momentum. And as builders and installers become more familiar, they build one all-electric home. Well, they're more likely to then build the next one, and then they've built 3, they're more likely to think about building all of them. So it takes time, and there is some more technical and other aspects of resistance that are absolutely there.
Okay, so switching gears to the water heaters, obviously that situation is more aimed at the homeowner because, they want to try, and when they make the decision, either when the thing breaks or, when they decide to get a new one, to sort of look at this. And I guess there's a whole different contractor community that's involved in that. I mean, have they been active in promoting this when they get the call like, hey, the thing broke, and or are they still showing up and trying to replace it with what was there before?
Well, excellent questions, Mr. Chairman. There are 2 different modes of which many sort of families fall into. One is the homeowner is really making a decision, maybe thinking about it, or going out and even purchasing what. They may install it themselves, they may hire somebody, but they are in the driver's seat. There's also a very large, potentially half of homeowners who aren't really driving the decision. Their water heater is broken, and they call somebody to replace it, and they don't know what the options are. They may or may not have ever heard of a heat pump. And in that case, the contractor, who is also buying from a distributor, is effectively very much in the driver's seat about what the homeowner is likely to do. And so making the heat pump the sort of first choice mentally and economically and physically for that distributor and contractor makes it more likely that that replacement can happen. And of course, in an emergency, it needs to happen the next day, not days later. And so any transactional frictions or waiting for a rebate or trying to figure out if something qualifies, those bump those projects out of happening.
And I'm sorry.
Sure.
I might just add that we've heard from the HVAC contractors many times, and they've said, we do what the customer wants. We're sitting at their table. We're going to do what's most affordable at that moment. But we can help make those products that we want to incentivize more affordable.
And the supply chain's not a problem, right? There's product available if somebody decides they want this.
Well, that's an excellent question. At the top of the supply chain, that's true. That in the last couple of years, actual supply has been a challenge. I think that's becoming less of a challenge. But at the distributor level, there needs to be stocking So it's not at the manufacturing level. There needs to be product available, and that may or may not be the case. And it really depends on how the distributor sees their market and sees where it's going. And there's a little bit of cart and horse, or chicken and egg here. And so you need to kind of increase the customer demand a bit, and then the supply can come through. And that's a market transformation strategy.
Okay, so, all righty, thank you very much. Maryland Energy Administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Babatunde Idrisu from the Maryland Energy Administration. I'm here with Michelle Honig, and I'll be reading off our comments. Since its inception, the EmPOWER Maryland program has significantly reduced energy consumption and demand. Maryland's energy efficiency initiatives have garnered national recognition, and Maryland is consistently ranked in the top 10 among U.S. states in the ACEEE State Energy Efficiency Scorecard. In the 2022 report, Maryland was ranked 7th and recognized for best practices in appliance and equipment standards, and was given above average results for state-led initiatives. The 2023 EmPOWER year saw EmPOWER utilities achieve mandated energy savings goals, with all electric utilities achieving at least 2% of the 2016 gross energy sales in the 2021 to 2023 cycle. And this is despite the loss of lighting savings due to the sunset of lighting programs in the first half of 2023 and the unexpected closure of appliance recycling vendors used by multiple utilities. This cycle was also affected by the residual effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, supply chain disruptions, and price increases. But program administrators were able to adapt to these challenges and meet mandated energy savings targets. Also, EmPOWER utilities expended the most significant proportion of their program costs on customer incentives and collaborated with DHCD on limited income programs. The 2023 program year saw improvement in some programs, with utilities meeting and exceeding forecasted energy savings. For instance, BGE and Potomac Edison's HVAC programs performed better than in previous years. However, several programs continue to perform below expectations. Given the ambitious targets of the next cycle, the end of the lighting program, and the pegging of the CVR savings, underperforming programs must contribute more towards meeting mandated targets. As in previous years, the lighting, behavioral, and CVR programs made up a significant proportion of savings in 2023. CVR accounted for about 30% of energy savings for BGE and PEPCO, and about 15% for Delmarva. In the next cycle, CVR will be pegged at 20% as directed by the PSC, and the lighting programs will no longer count towards savings. This means that utilities could have to spend more on other programs to achieve more ambitious savings, and this could have implications for ratepayers who could face increased EmPOWER surcharge in the next cycle. Enhancing, like Commissioner Suchman mentioned, enhancing the role of behavioral programs could help to mitigate that. EmPOWER is also discussing with utilities to explore opportunities to use the IRA funds to mitigate some of their program costs and reduce ratepayer impacts. The cost of future energy savings will continue to increase as easy and cost-effective energy saving measures are no longer required due to market transformation. Given the state's aggressive climate goals, MEA believes that the program's future lies in electrification, fuel switching, and other measures that could support greenhouse gas mitigation and provide health and environmental benefits for Marylanders. MEA is supportive of what OPC had said today of market transformation towards heat pumps. This will help the state achieve its ambitious goals, and involves sending the right signals to the market to support the attainment of these goals. This could be through incentives and providing the right information to both the demand side and the supply side. So that's our comments.
Okay, any questions for MEA? Commissioner Suchman?
Good morning. This is a question that I'm certainly going to be asking DHCD, but I thought that I would start with you. And we've had conversations in the past about how to reach rental housing where the homeowner doesn't have the incentive to make investments because they don't own the home. How do we find a way to engage in those customers, particularly sort of low income, moderate income customers who are renting a home that is incredibly inefficient and could really benefit from even very simple measures like weatherization, but don't have the necessary incentives, and the owner is not interested. How do we get to that housing?
Perhaps one way would be to probably provide incentives for the homeowners that could get them interested in, especially for housing that are primarily low income, that have primarily low income residents. Perhaps providing some incentives that could encourage some property owners to take up more efficiency upgrades in their buildings. That could be something to look at. I
don't mean to put you on the spot, and I know this is this is a very sort of challenging issue. And maybe I'm asking you because I'm hoping that you think a little bit about how we can sort of move forward on this. I mean, perhaps one way is to prevent that housing stock from being offered in the first place. I mean, I guess I was, some of the I guess it's an advantage, maybe a disadvantage in sitting here is, we hear stories from lots of people, and I'm still sort of, I remember hearing from a ratepayer during one of the rate cases in the public hearings who talked about how her electricity bill is $700 a month and she lives in rental housing. And I couldn't imagine a $700 bill, and there was nothing she can do about it because she didn't own the property, and the landlord wasn't doing anything to make the property more efficient. And so I guess I'm maybe asking a question that is sort of dogging everybody, but and maybe I'm just sort of asking, and maybe I'm giving DHCD a little bit of time to think about the way they can respond to my question. But I think we have to think about this and how to do a better job on this.
Absolutely.
So, okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Richard?
No questions. Thank you for answering my question already.
Commissioner Barbie?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, none for me. So I think now we're going to move to the Exelon utilities. So we're going to take a little pause, and we'll change folks at the table. Delmarva Power and Light, Pepco, Baltimore Gas and Electric. Oh yeah. So we all set? So, Baltimore Gas and Electric.
Good morning, Commissioners. Joel Michelle on behalf of BGE. With me is Devesh Gupta, who is our Director of Clean Energy Solutions. He'll start off with some opening remarks, and then we'll hand it over to Eric Ropko, our Manager of Residential Energy Efficiency Programs.
Thank you, Joel. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Devesh Gupta, Director of our Clean Energy Solutions Group. which is a new department that we've created to bring some of our various programs that are focused on clean energy all together. And we established this group really to better coordinate between our clean energy offerings, including energy efficiency, load management, our electric vehicle programs, and importantly, in the future, building electrification programs as well. We're definitely excited about the future pathway that Maryland continues to lay out, including in House Bill 864 and the Drives Act that are awaiting the governor's signature. These really chart a course for Maryland to lead on electrification, as you've been hearing about today, and a clean energy future. And BGE is excited to support and drive innovation to make that electrified future a reality. Once the PSC provides direction on greenhouse gas goals pursuant to House Bill 864, we hope to work with stakeholders to propose programs that balance affordability with helping customers and the state reach the ambitious goals that are set up in Climate Solutions Now Act. As we wait for additional direction, though, the team today will really focus on a review of our existing EmPOWER programs, as we've been asked, and the current cycle that we're in. Turning it over now to Eric Rupko.
Yeah, good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. It appears we're having some issues with the slides that we had prepared for today.
Well, we can wait a minute. So just so we know. There you go.
We'll try that one. Okay. There we go.
Okay.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners again. While we are excited for what's ahead with EmPOWER, we wanted to highlight some of the successes we've had with EmPOWER and the strong foundation that we're working from as we move forward. In 2023, we again achieved the statutory goal for the cycle while managing the incentive budget. Customers received over $100 million in incentives during the 2023. In addition, they had an instrumental amount more in lifetime savings on their bills. As we look ahead, we're looking at the megawatt hours of avoided generation, and soon that'll be the GHG that we're looking at as avoided. For the cycle, in the next slide. For the cycle, our program generated over $1 billion in savings for our customers. Almost 150 residential home audits during the cycle, and over 300,000 C&I customers who installed nearly 3 million energy efficiency measures. And along the way, we continue to be recognized for our efforts. This includes Department of Energy as well as other standards, and over 90 awards during the cycle. Moving on to the programs, just wanted to highlight a few things as we look ahead. We continue to build out a robust demand response program, offering 2 energy savings days during the prior year, as well as continuing to ramp up our Connected Rewards event with 9 during the year. During 2023, I know midstream is a topic of discussion. BG did achieve its HVAC goal for the cycle, or for the year, and we continue to move upwards onto that. To some of the comments earlier, just want to make a forward comment on that as well. We have responded in this cycle, and we are increasing our incentives. Particularly heat pump incentives have been doubled for this cycle, and we are responding to the market. We've been engaging with the HVAC contractors on this, as well as the distributors. And lastly, we talked a little bit on the behavioral messaging. We continue to enhance that and find ways to be more personalized with the customers on how we reach them and understand them and can better cater messages toward them. On the C&I side, on the next slide, we continue to engage with businesses, but I just want to maybe step back and say that, you know, we saw a growth with the small businesses in this prior year with some of the changes we made to the program. But these programs, when we talk about C&I, we just wanted to point out that this also includes places of worship, universities, nonprofits, and schools, all of which fall into this category. And these are all some examples of those parties participating in these programs. And then just wanted to update on a few things that we had provided updates in February. If we move to the next slide. We're continuing to engage with stakeholders on the IRA funding. This is definitely a topic that we want to work with all parties on. We've been talking across the board with contractors, with MEA, just trying to understand how this is going to be not only for what the utility's role is, but also the customer experience when we get to this. And then lastly, there was some discussion last year. We had to pause the appliance recycling program. I'm pleased to announce that that program has relaunched, and we did our first pickups yesterday. So very excited about the direction on that program and all the hard work that went in with the team to get that program relaunched. And then lastly, we wanted to touch on, in the order that came out in December, we were asked to refile our plan for the cycle, given that the disallowance of the low-income program that we had proposed was removed. So we did, in our February filings, refile plans for the cycle. Some of the key changes, we did remove the multifamily assistance program, which was the program of contention. We made some changes to our C&I program to account for some of that, as well as our quick home energy checkup program. In addition, we're asking for reconsideration of the DHCD coordination, which was coordinated marketing that we worked with DHCD, where DHCD it will help us with enhancing the reach of DHCD in their program through utility marketing. And then lastly, there was a moderate income offer that was part of the home performance program. This was a offer that we were told to go back and work with DHCD on. We continue to work with them on this, and we feel that we have a good proposal here. I would like to also point out the DHCD coordination and the moderate income offer were both offers that we worked with DHCD on and sought their approval for. In addition, we went to the low income work group and shared both of these with the group. And at this point, this concludes our comments, and we're welcome to take questions.
Commissioner Richard.
No questions at this time.
Commissioner Barbe.
No questions.
Commissioner Sussman.
Just very quickly, so the DHCD coordination proposals, they're going to be discussed this afternoon in the work group discussions.
I don't believe there's a DHCD coordination discussion this afternoon. So,
okay.
and to clarify, this was something that all the utilities put into their proposals for the fall for this cycle, and this was something that the BG was denied because it was kind of linked to the multifamily assistance program. So there was
No, but you're asking for reconsideration.
it's part of the refile that we did in February. Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm asking is, you've shared this with the work group. These.
Yes, there's no low-income work group meeting included this afternoon.
Okay. So, and I'm just sort of asking,
Yep.
I'm trying to get a sense of where this is in the process. This is something, it's in the low-income work group, and you've gotten support in that work group.
So to clarify, that the order asked us to get approval from DHCD on particularly the moderate income offer.
Right.
We sought that and got that approval from them, but they also asked us to bring this to the low income work group just so that it was socialized among all parties.
Okay, and then
Yep.
and so what has been the response to the proposal?
The response was positive on both.
Okay, so are you asking us now to reconsider our rejection of the proposal?
We're asking for two things. First, I guess the larger picture is to approve the refiled plan that we submitted in February, and then the second piece is to approve all the components of it, because we've gone through the steps with other parties to socialize the moderate income offer, as well as to the DHCD coordination.
Okay, and at this point, you haven't gotten any pushback from the proposals or any suggested changes? And the parties have been supportive or just have not provided, so everybody's provided comments and the comments have been supportive?
Yes, everyone's provided comments and they've been positive, and I think the key thing with the moderate income offer is that we continue to be flexible on that offer, just being mindful of, things that might be coming out, like the future legislation that's pending to be signed and things like that.
Okay.
This is something where we intend to be flexible on it. It's not a rigid thing, and we continue to seek DHCD's approval at every step and engage with them, and we've been engaging with them, and we'll continue to engage with them on, if we were allowed to move ahead with it, what our findings are on this, because I think the group, the low income or the moderate, or the limited income work group has identified this as a potential gap, and so this is a small program or a small offering as part of a program at the time, so this is really a good, option for us to try to understand this group of customers.
Okay, all right, well, thank you.
Yep. You got something? All right. Sure.
Yeah, just, Mr. Hurley, since you're at the table right now, on this refiling, staff, have you provided comments on this?
So, Your Honors, I believe it's my understanding that all these reconsidered kind of program plans are going to be dealt with in a separate procedure, like at an administrative meeting,
Okay.
either end of this month or early in June. So,
That was my understanding too. That's why I wanted.
so
to
those will be
clarification
discussed.
on
I mean,
these.
BG is just presenting their information to you now, but the staff comments, OPC comments, other parties' comments will become
Okay,
kind of
so
through the
staff-
bug sheet
and
process.
I don't think OPC has filed comments on this refile plan either, so I see a shaking head. So okay,
Okay.
good. I just wanted a clarification on that.
Okay.
Thanks.
So I take it you heard the discussion with OPC's expert about the new construction, new homes and things like that. So what sort of interactions do you have with the contractor community, the home builder community?
So BG has a residential new construction program. We've been engaging with builders in our service territory. I think we're, for the BG program, we are only incentivizing electric equipment as part of that program. We do offer we've moved to advance the program as well. We are now offering the Energy Star Next Generation Home which is the top tier program for the Department of Energy's EPA new construction program. So that is something that BG is one of the first utilities in the country that'll be basically launching that program, and we've been engaging. One of my colleagues that runs the program was just out at a home building site in Ellicott City last week. There's I want to say about 15 or 16 homes in that community that are going to be all electric, and we had people from EPA out to check this out as well, because this is going to be one of the first communities that's all electric. So we're engaged in that conversation. I think the important part too is that builders are all in different places, so we're trying to educate them. We've had builders for in-person events to talk about heat pumps, talk about heat pump water heaters. We've had them and engaged with them, and I think it's sometimes some of them are moving at a different pace than others, and some of them are if we're able to convert them maybe from a gas water heater to a electric heat pump water heater, that maybe that's one step. But I think the important thing is that if we were to just make this an all electric program tomorrow, that we're going to lose engagement from some of those contractors that are still not there. So I think the most important thing about this program is we're engaging with contractors, and if we say this program is strictly all electric, then we're not engaging with the contractors. But I think the key point for BG is we're only offering incentive for the electric piece on the measures that customers or the builders are installing.
So how does the supply of equipment affect, so if you're a contractor and you're building, Happy Acres development of, 10 or 12 homes, I mean, do you have to, before you start doing that, find out whether or not you can install this equipment, and is there supply chain issues that have been coming up, or?
So the conversation starting with the builders, a lot there's builders in the program that are large national builders. There's builders that are small spec builders, and then there's regional builders in there. So that it's engaging with the builders at every step. And some of the builders have access to different types of supply, and there's some builders and have their own lumber yards too. So it's definitely a conversation with them to make sure, and it's also a conversation with vendors to understand where their equipment is at. We've had a conversation on Friday with Sean Maloney and the HVAC contractors, and they're not here today, but they're also talking with the equipment manufacturers. We're talking with them as well, and it's just making sure that there's ample supply. Kind of a little bit of a tangent, but on the BG side with the heat pump water heaters, last year we launched a program where customers can basically, it's a direct install program, and customers can go to a website and figure out whether they have the space and requirements to meet to be able to get that heat pump water heater installed. And one of the things when we did when setting up that program was we had discussion with the contractors, we had discussion with the distributors, and we had discussion with the heat pump water heater manufacturers to make sure that there's going to be ample supply. If we're going to put this program out there, we want to make sure that every step of the way that everybody's able to be on board with it. So I think the supply chain issues during COVID, it's been a learning experience for all of us. So and then we've tried to incorporate that into our programs as we think about how we're building them and sizing them. So.
Okay.
I'll add, it's something to keep an eye on as more states are moving towards electrification goals, and whether there's sufficient supply in the chain down the road. So as we continue to check in and have that conversation with all of those segments about, are they experiencing supply chain delays, so that we can report back in real time and think about whether there are different levers to pull.
So this equipment, is this made here, or is this stuff made somewhere else?
The equipment?
Yeah.
It depends on the type of equipment. I think that's something that we definitely learned where everything is built. There's a good amount of HVAC equipment that's built domestically, and so but there is equipment that comes from other parts of the world as well. So.
MEA may be able to speak about some of the IRA requirements around Build America. Certainly there have been some waivers because of some supply chain challenges, but those continue to be in flux.
Okay. All right. No other questions? All right. Good. So, are you doing for both or just Pepco?
Yeah, we're going to do Pepco Holdings today.
Okay. All right.
So, good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Taylor Beckham here on behalf of Pepco Holdings, Potomac Electric Power Company, and Delmarva Power and Light. I'm joined today by Nate Gillespie, our Director of Customer Solutions, and I will hand it over to him.
Thank you, Taylor. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. As Taylor said, I'm Nate Gillespie. I'm the Director of Customer Solutions for Pepco and Delmarva Power. Pleased to join you today to highlight the performance of our programs in EmPOWER, Maryland. Joining me today to answer any detailed questions are Nicholas Rosenthal, our Manager of Residential Programs, Brian Crawford, Manager of Commercial Programs, and Susan Marinelli, a Manager of Demand Response and Behavioral. Overall, Pepco and Delmarva Power energy efficiency portfolios have exceeded the 2% energy savings goal in each year of the cycle, respectively finishing 2023 with 2.59% and 2.22% of the 2016 baseline. Once again, similar to what BGE said, both of our utilities won multiple awards, including Energy Star Partner of the Year for Sustained Excellence and Energy Star Residential New Construction Market Leader Award. Performance-wise, the Pepco residential portfolio achieved 103%, and the C&I achieved 94% of the cycle target. Small business program was a key component in the portfolio's success, achieving 122% of its 2023 goal and 114% of its cycle goal, while maintaining high cost-effectiveness results. The QHEC and the VHEC program contributed to a significant portion of the residential program success, with 202% of the 2023 goal and 168% of the cycle goal achieved. On the Delmarva side, the residential portfolio achieved 112% of its cycle savings goal, and the C&I portfolio achieved 85%. Efficient buildings programs combined to achieve 118% of its annual goal and 112% of the cycle goal. The new construction program achieved 205% of its cycle target, with 51% of its total savings recorded in 2023 alone. Our demand response programs continue to maintain program participation and meet the 103% of the target in PEPCO in 2023, while Delmarva Power was at 97% of the target. The team really attributes that program success to a few key factors. The participation options. We give device choices like the Sensi thermostats, bring your own device, and also the new AMI communicating load control switches provide customers with solutions that work for their home. I'd like to note that as of April 30th, the companies have installed 1,833 of the new load switches, which is really good customer uptake since release last summer. And we realize through that new switch, we kind of have a 24/7, 365 visibility to the demand response resources available to that device. And from incentives, as you see from the slide, the company's provided more than $37 million in on-bill incentives to program participants during this cycle. The incentives drive customer satisfaction and really retain the program participants. This ensures really that resource is always available when we need it. The next slide, currently we have items for the Commission's consideration. We respectfully request that the Commission approve our PEPCO and Delmarva Power refiled plans as quickly as possible. Approval of our refiled plans will ensure that the companies are in compliance with the current EmPOWER targets. Kind of a high-level summary of that. What we filed has increased incentives in our appliance rebate and HVAC programs to align with other EmPOWER utilities to capture greater participation. In PEPCO only, we have enhanced offerings in our commercial custom and retro commissioning programs to capture more participation. For home performance, we've increased the focus on electric heat customers in order to increase those electric savings. We have an introduction of a moderate income offering with home performance with Energy Star that incorporates a higher incentive to cover this customer segment. Since historically EmPOWER programs have not served moderate income customers well, there's no specific offering between low income and market rate. So this offer was presented to DHCD in addition to the limited income working group, and there were no major objections raised from the department. PHI and the utilities will work with DHCD to coordinate between the entities to ensure the correct customer is referred to the right entity between our moderate income and the low income programs. And then lastly, PHI removed the low income efficiency for affordable housing program, which had the effect of lowering the portfolio costs in both utilities. Forward-looking considerations for the Commission. The refile plans that we have as designed really do align with the legislative GHG targets, and it's the most straightforward way for the Commission to adopt those new GHG targets in the near term, kind of looking at the life cycle GHG numbers in metric tons that are presented in our filed plans. Also, the introduction of a GHG goal may open up opportunities to rebalance the portfolio to focus more on GHG abatement measures. PHI believes that the rebalancing of the portfolio will achieve two outcomes. Will help optimize the portfolio to reach those new targets and will allow the utilities to be less reliant on more costly and shorter duration measures like behavior and CVR that you hear a lot about. Any proposal to introduce beneficial electrification will be done after consulting with the other utilities and stakeholders as directed in the order. And with that, finishes my comments. Open for questions.
So, questions for the commissioners. Commissioner Barbe?
No.
Commissioner Richards? Commissioner Sussman?
So, good morning. So in terms of outreach to renters, I'm assuming you can engage renters in setback thermostats, which wouldn't be a large investment on their part and gives them benefits. Particularly, renters are separately metered, and so I'm assuming for that subsection of the low income community, in terms of demand response, you can sort of reach them for purposes of that. But can you speak to the other programs that you have and maybe the challenges in being able to engage renters and then maybe the owners of the rental properties?
Yeah, that is obviously a challenge because it depends on who owns the equipment. In some cases, renters do own their appliances or other measures that they would be able to take advantage of. The Quick Home Energy Checkup program is a good one for renters as well because that's kind of going around and looking at some of the things that we can install right there on the spot, like low-cost measures that don't cost the program a lot, but can save some energy right away, that don't require equipment upgrades. Now, in that program, we do need landlord permission, I think, to go in and do that.
Does that include the setback thermostat? Do you also need?
Thermostat is part of that program.
But you would also need landlord permission to change the thermostat?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if you don't get the permission, you can't make the change?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And really...
And what has your experience been, that landlords are fine with the change, or have you found that there have been some challenges in getting landlords to approve the change?
It would be mixed, I would say.
Okay.
Some are like, great, this is an improvement to my property. Others don't want to deal with hearing from their tenants, to be honest. So it is a mixture, and I don't think that it hasn't been a huge stumbling block for us, but that is always a challenge when you're requiring that a landlord sign off or the tenant says, yes, they do agree.
Okay. And I guess I probably should have asked BG&E the same question. In terms of engaging with low-income community on demand-side measures, what has been your experience in being able to implement some of those measures for renters, or do you experience that same sort of challenge of being able to get landlord approval even for very small changes?
You too. I can comment on it briefly, and maybe my colleague would want to step in as well. But I think we are engaging with the landlords, installing smart thermostats where it applies. The customer can enroll in the demand response programs.
And been successful in the engagement.
Yeah, we've had enough, especially in the legacy peak rewards program. We have a large number of landlords that participated in that program historically, and it's installing the new thermostats as well, the smart thermostats to get them to move over to the new programs as well. That'll help us drive that. But I think the engagement with the landlords is definitely important, as well as the customer needs to understand that their thermostat is going to be adjusted too. So there's that education as well.
But I guess my question is, any barriers? I mean, are you sort of finding that there are sort of particular landlords with respect to particular issues where the engagement is not as robust?
Speaking directly to the demand response, I'm not 100% certain I can answer that. And my colleague that runs the program is not here today, so I can definitely provide more feedback on that if needed. So.
Yeah, I don't think from a barrier perspective we've had any real barriers in the demand response program. It really is because it's either getting upfront credits or credits along the way. It's usually pretty easy.
Okay, and the question is actually not a gotcha question.
Yeah.
We actually would benefit from knowing if there are barriers. So, to the extent, I mean, if you could take that back, if you discover that there are some particular barriers to particular engagement, please let us know. So to the extent we can do something about it, I personally would be in favor of that.
I think in the legacy program, customers, if the device is already installed in the unit when they move in, they're, I believe, generally enrolled into the program. If somebody moves into the unit and then they, if it's a smart thermostat, they download the app for the smart thermostat and start engaging that way. They will get messages to enroll in these programs and as well as messages on how to save and use the thermostat properly so that they're saving as well.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess to put sort of a finer point on this related to the property owner, landlord. I guess the question for me is the problem trying to find and access and talk to the landlord, because some of these things have these, disconnected processes, or is there, resistance on the part of the landlord to have the thing installed? Although I can't imagine that there's really any downside for having this thing installed, right?
Yeah, no, I definitely think some landlords are very open and accepting. I mean, the idea of having a new thermostat on the wall, definitely makes the overall appearance of the place, more modern and so forth. So there's definitely an acceptance there among many landlords there. I think we're engaging with, especially through the Quick Home Energy Checkup program, with many landlords, and it's also a great point to have a discussion with them about they might be eligible for the DHCD programs as well. So there's a lot of coordination and engagement that's going on in this space as well, with our partners at DHCD, to make sure that if these landlords and renters are getting the maximum benefit that they're able to get out of the EmPOWER program.
Okay, all right. So back to new construction. Obviously, you have two widely different service territories between Delmarva and Pepco. So, I mean, I had the conversation with BG&E about how they interact with their home builder communities. I mean, what do the two of your companies do?
Yeah, so we run very similar, really the same programs as BGE. But yes, you're right. It is two completely different markets between the suburbs of DC and the peninsula. So really, we do have a lot of engagement with the home builders, trying to figure out how we can properly match up incentives with what's good for their business, because obviously they want what the homeowners want. So if they're looking for quartz countertops, that's where they're going to put their money. So our job is working with builders to continue to educate them on and kind of push that demand of customers. We also do a lot of marketing and outreach to customers of potential new homes to try to say, look for Energy Star new homes. Part of our filing is increasing those incentives, the one that's in the refile in front of you now, to make sure that we're making it enticing for them to want to move in that direction instead of finding another thing to hook customers with.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Now, I want to take a break till 11:30. Is that enough time to? Okay, so we're going to take a break for 11:30, and then we'll start with SMECO, Potomac Edison, and WGO. That's right, yeah. All right, you ready? Okay, back on the record, and I guess we'll PE, right?
No, Mr. Chairman, PG, so, okay.
We were playing a little musical chairs. I apologize. So if it's okay, I think Smecco is going to go first, and then we're going to vacate our seats. So Damon Krieger, on behalf of Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative, I'm here today with Jennifer Raley, who leads our EmPOWER Maryland programs for the cooperative. I'm going to turn the microphone over to her in 1 second. I just wanted to emphasize at the onset our request that pending before the commission today that staff already noted earlier in the proceeding related to a modification of our Energy Perks loyalty program. Ms. Raley will talk a little bit about that request during her outbound presentation, and we're happy to address any questions that the commission may have about the specific request. So with that, Ms. Raley.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Dan, next slide, please.
Actually, I know he introduced you, but go ahead and state your name for the record.
Jennifer Raley on behalf of SMECO. And I'm going to start out with touching on some of our portfolio performance and highlights. SMECO achieved 93% of the 2023 goal and 106% of our total cycle goal. We did fall short in the 2023 annual goal due to a large CHP project delay. The CHP project made up 60% of our C&I cycle goal for 2023. Upon learning of the delay, SMECO shifted incentives out of the CHP program across the C&I sector to try to make up as much of those lost savings as possible across the portfolio. Some highlights on the residential side: SMECO's midstream HVAC program continued its success, achieving 109% of its annual goal in 2023 and marking the third consecutive year of meeting or surpassing its targets. The New Homes program achieved 202% of its 2023 annual savings goal, energy savings goal. And then SMECO continued to find opportunities to cross-promote DHCD programs across the residential sector. Examples include featuring DHCD content in 6 pieces of our program collateral between Q3-Q4 of 2023, distributing DHCD marketing materials at community events, DHCD marketing materials in bill inserts, and our home energy report limited income modules that we run, and coordinating a smart thermostat offer exclusively for limited income members in partnership with DHCD. Our heat pump water heater rebates increased in 2023 as proposed in SMECO's lighting transition plan, which we saw a 46% increase in total heat pump water heater participation in 2023, with 204 heat pump water heaters when compared to 2022 with only 140 heat pump water heaters. Additionally, over half of the heat pump water heaters incentivized through the appliance rebate program were from the midstream channel. For our commercial highlights, the midstream program had its best year since the program's launch, achieving 152% of its annual energy savings goal. The strong performance in 2023 also meant the program achieved the cycle goal for the first time ever. Next slide. One more slide. Just to touch on the appliance recycling relaunch, the appliance recycling program was paused in 2023. SMECO has worked diligently to resume the program operations as soon as possible. In Q4 of 2023, SMECO hosted a request for proposal to inform the selection of a new appliance recycling vendor for the 24 to 26 cycle. In Q1 of 2024, we selected appliance recycling vendor and began onboarding them to the program. The program has focused on relaunch efforts such as marketing, updating the website, adding the new mini refrigerator to the measure of on the program, and contacting SMECO members that were impacted by the program being placed on hold. So as of April 22nd, appliance recycling scheduling has resumed services, and appliance pickups resume this week. Next slide. And then we want to touch on the Energy Perks requests that we had. I want to start off with thanking staff for their thoughtful comments and support of the recommendation to reinstate bill credits and members helping members in the Energy Perks program, as limiting reward options will impact the program and the ability to reach and serve our limited income members. The Energy Perks pilot officially was approved to transition to a full program in 2024 to 26 program cycle. And I will touch on our progress so far in launching the program and then cover the request made in the semi-annual report in response to Order 90957. The Energy Perks program has officially launched to all pilot participants from the previous cycle, allowing them to redeem coupons on SMECO's online marketplace. In Q3, the program is scheduled to open to all SMECO members with a pre-recruitment phase for members with the OHEP flag or falling below the 200% federal poverty limit. Once enrolled in the program, these participants will receive LMI-specific activities that promote DHCD programs in addition to energy-efficient content offerings and activities. In Order 90957, the Commission directed SMECO to only allow loyalty rewards to be used by members towards its energy efficiency programs and not for bill credits or donations to members helping members. SMECO has concerns with limiting the reward offerings to just energy efficiency programs, which may reduce member engagement as bill credits and members helping member donations accounted for 94% of all pilot point redemptions. The Energy Perks program is designed to drive additional savings through participation in SMECO's residential EmPOWER programs. This is done by offering flexible rewards to SMECO members for participating in these programs and educating themselves about the programs. The Energy Perks pilot in 2022 through 2023 produced significant results in increasing program participation in numerous energy efficiency programs. We saw increases in participation with activities and points for action in programs such as the online store purchases, HEIP energy analysis, HEIP HVAC tune-ups, and energy efficiency kits. Points were earned by completing energy-efficient actions and utility initiatives. These actions include things such as participating in SMECO residential programs, such as our HEIP program, HVAC tune-up, appliance recycling, and many others. Completing energy educational modules that encourage change in energy habits and inform SMECO members on the benefits of taking advantage of the EmPOWER programs, and SMECO's My Account actions, such as completing their home profile or creating a home energy plan. During the pilot, points can be redeemed through the Energy Perks portal towards bill credits and member helping member donations, which assist members who are struggling to pay their electric bills, or SMECO's online marketplace coupons. The rewards offered, particularly bill assistant rewards such as bill credits and member helping members donations, play a significant role in driving additional energy savings within the SMECO portfolio, especially as we open the program to all residential SMECO members and anticipate a high level of Energy Perks engagement with these reward types included. But these options are also important for encouraging participation of our limited income members, as it provides an additional tool for offsetting the cost of their electric bill, including the amount of the EmPOWER Maryland surcharge, and offers an avenue for members to make donations that directly assist limited income members with paying their electric bills. SMECO respectfully asks the Commission to reconsider and approve the recommendation to allow members the opportunity to continue to redeem their rewards point incentives for bill credits and donations to members helping members, in addition to the discounts towards the online marketplace and other EmPOWER Maryland program reward offerings in the future. Thank you, and I will open it up for questions.
So, questions for SMECO? Actually, I got a couple. So you had mentioned that you had a delay in a combined heat and power project.
Yes.
So I don't need to know who the entity was, but what type of institution was it?
Wastewater treatment.
I see.
And the delay was more material delay, getting the equipment and stuff, but it is on track. It is going to close in our 2024 to 2026 cycle, and they are on track to close this cycle.
Okay. And the appliance recycling, what all appliances does that apply to?
That's refrigerators, freezers, and at the time we also will collect dehumidifiers and room ACs, and we've added the mini refrigerators this cycle also.
And so the deal is you don't get the incentive for the new thing unless the customer gives you the old product, correct?
No, that is not.
Okay, so how's it-
That's a topic with the work group this afternoon, addressing that part of it. But no, it's taking the old appliance off the grid and making sure that it's recycled properly versus them using it in their garage
Right,
or
yeah,
somebody else taking it and
Right,
using
yeah,
it.
that's what I'm thinking about, because I actually was familiar with an incentive program years ago related to room air conditioners where a governmental entity was giving out, high efficiency room air conditioners, but didn't ask for the old one back. And then what happened was, instead of lowering demand, it increased it because now they had two instead of one. So I guess I'm trying to figure out how you get to a situation where you entice the customer to actually give you the old thing instead of moving it to the garage or another room.
Well, they can go through the appliance program and of course purchase a new refrigerator or freezer. But the concern is taking the old one off the grid, and we're offering an incentive to recycle that. So we're hoping the incentive is enough to encourage them to take that off the grid, and then we can make sure it's recycled properly.
Okay, all right. Okay. Everything from us? Oh, wait a minute, Commissioner Schlesman.
Okay, so the chairman opened the door on CHP, and so I wanted to ask you a little bit about. Oops, sorry. So the project received an incentive. What kind of incentive?
The only incentive they've received so far is the design incentive, and they received that last cycle. So they have not received the larger incentive yet until the CHP project is commissioned. They'll get the incentive then, and then there's another incentive after they've got 12 months of data.
Okay, and how big is the project?
I don't know that I have the exact number on me, but for SMECO, it's a very large project and a good part of our portfolio. As you see, we didn't reach our goal on the commercial side last cycle because of the CHP project made up 60% of our portfolio, our C&I portfolio, so it's a large project.
Okay, and are you thinking about other CHP projects, or are others coming in?
No, unfortunately, we did an analysis last cycle in our service territory, and we reached out to any members who could potentially do CHP. We don't have a lot of natural gas access within our service territory, so there's limitations on the members that can participate. And we reached out, did an analysis, and contacted all those members we thought might have access or could participate, and we've gotten no additional interest.
Okay, so the wastewater is so the fuel is the waste for the CHP facility. Is that so? It's not a gas CHP.
They still had to get the natural gas line to the service point.
Okay, so they are relying on gas for the
For some of
CHP.
it, yes.
Okay. Okay, but the limitations are so the focus would be, if you're doing CHP, would just be a natural gas CHP.
Yes, but we've done analysis for even the micro CHP, the smaller units and stuff, and we found no interest in our service territory. And we did extensive outreach.
Okay.
Commissioner O'Donnell had asked about that in the past, so we went and did extensive outreach and tried to find other projects, but had no luck.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Alrighty, thank you very much. And so who's next?
I volunteer Washington Gas while Potomac Edison and SMECO are swapping out seats here. So. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Josh McClellan, and I direct the company's energy efficiency programs across all three of our jurisdictions. Before we move on, I'd like to note that Spencer Nichols, Washington Gas's legal counsel, is also present today and will be available for any questions you might have. So moving on, 2023 was a highly productive year for WGL's EmPOWER portfolio, resulting in some record-setting performance and capping off a strong finish to the three-year program cycle. We are excited to share these results with you today. With that, I'll hand things over to Erica Moore to jump into the details, and I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Erica Moore, and I oversee program delivery for our EmPOWER portfolio. I'll provide an overview of our 2023 program year results, as well as the overall 21 to 23 program cycle. So on this slide, this is just covering 2023. So in 23, Washington Gas continued its upward trend in EmPOWER program savings. For context, we saved about 2 million therms in 2022, and in 2023, we far surpassed that with over 3 million therms saved. This was the highest performing year for our EmPOWER programs, and we also exceeded our annual target, our annual savings target rather, for the first time in my tenure here. We issued almost $10 million in incentives to our customers, which represents most of our program expenditures for the year. Next slide, please. So this is the same slide format, but the values now show results for the entire 21 to 23 program cycle. Over the 3-year cycle, we made significant strides in bolstering our programs and our relationships with contractors, builders, and service providers. We grew therm savings by 86% compared to the previous cycle. And even though our residential sector delivered a high proportion of savings to our overall portfolio, the commercial sector more than tripled its savings results. One of our biggest challenges for the cycle was continuing to manage the effects of COVID on our programs. Early in the cycle, we talked a lot about supply chain disruption, and health and safety concerns were top of mind. As the world started to recover from the acute effects of the pandemic, we started to see different challenges like contractor turnover, as well as inflation affecting costs of equipment. In addition, we ran an ambitious portfolio of 6 pilot programs this cycle, all of which presented unique opportunities to explore more energy-saving measures and program designs, but also required more attention and logistical coordination. Next slide, please. So drilling down to the program level for 2023, in the residential sector, we continued to see growth and engagement with the builders in our new homes program. And while the Behavioral Home Energy Reports program did not meet its filed savings goal, it still provided the most savings and represented the lowest spending of any of our residential programs. Moving on to the commercial sector, we vastly outperformed our filed targets for the year, and despite shifting budget and savings from the prescriptive to the custom program, both programs ultimately exceeded their annual goals. A large prescriptive steam trap project saved over 600,000 therms alone. In addition, our custom program was so popular that late in the year in 23, we had to put a temporary pause on pre-approvals of new applications because we were concerned about running out of budget. Finally, in the income qualified sector, those programs underperformed again this year compared to forecasts, but we have been working very closely with DHCD to develop a coordinated marketing plan to increase the number of Washington Gas customers accessing these critical programs in the new cycle. Next slide, please. I won't belabor this one too much, but generally the results we saw in the previous slide align with the overall cycle's performance. 2 things I wanted to highlight are that we had 63% growth in the residential sector compared to the previous cycle, and in the commercial sector, we saw significant savings coming from high efficiency measures like steam traps, as well as gas-fired equipment like boilers and fryers. And on to our final slide covering our pilot programs. By the end of the year, we wrapped up 4 of our 6 pilots for the cycle. And as discussed in other hearings, we received approval to finish the gas heat pump pilot into this program year 24, and we're currently on track for doing so. As well as we continue to be engaged with the CEA financing pilot with MCEC, the Montgomery County Green Bank, as well as the joint utilities. And so with that, this concludes our formal presentation, and we welcome your questions and input.
Any questions? Commissioner Barbe.
Yeah, in that first chart that you had for last year, a very abrupt jump in between November and December. What accounts for that?
Yeah, so that huge spike in savings in December is representative primarily of that large prescriptive CNI steam trap project, which saved over 600,000 therms. So that's a spike primarily from one large project that closed at the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Richard? Commissioner Sussman.
Okay, so let's go to the next slide and the slide after that. Okay, and so moving over to the income qualified category, can you talk a little bit about why you so underperformed? I mean, 68% is a pretty, I mean, I'm assuming you guys know that's not a place where you want to be, and you want to make changes, obviously. But can you speak to why you had such a challenge, I guess, in engaging with customers? Was that the issue?
So one point of clarification for the income qualified programs is that Washington Gas has historically reported the savings and the performance of these programs, unlike the electric utilities, even though it's the same programs that are run by DHCD. And going on into the next cycle, we will better align with the other utilities, so all of the reporting will be done by DHCD directly. What I can say about these programs is that for the 21 to 23 cycle, Washington Gas did not explicitly have a marketing budget available to be able to support these programs. So any recruitment or attempts to reach out to any low-income customers would either have to have been at no cost to Washington Gas or fully borne by DHCD. So we had some challenges in being able to A, do any outreach to the customers, and B, be able to verify that that the outreach is effective.
Okay, so you had a program, the customer just didn't know it. Is that I mean, I guess the question is, how would the customer know about a program if you didn't have the budget to do any outreach?
Sure. So we were providing funding to DHCD, and again, it's their programs that we're providing funding for. So I believe DHCD did have marketing funds available, but there was limited visibility on our side into the effectiveness of that marketing. So as I mentioned in the comments earlier, we're working on a coordinated marketing plan for this upcoming cycle, as well as we have a marketing budget that's dedicated on the Washington Gas side to be able to promote the programs, both from Washington Gas to its customers, as well as from DHCD to our customers.
Okay,
so it's more aligned.
From your analysis at this point, it was a coordination and marketing challenge, but you're expecting that number to move into the green, or are you still thinking that there are going to be challenges in being able to reach your goal? And again, I'm mostly trying to see if there's something that we need to do better, or you need to do better to take that 68% number and get it closer to, either closer to green, or you may not be able to get to green, but is there? Are there? I mean, I raised earlier questions about barriers. Are you seeing barriers to being able to do an effective outreach to the low and moderate income community?
In terms of barriers, I think our biggest one was not having a marketing budget available to work that outreach. The fact that we do have a budget in the new cycle, I think, is going to resolve that as a barrier on our side. There's a lot of discussion, and we participate actively in the low-income working group about other more general barriers for customers in being able to access the programs and ensuring that they have, the right documentation to apply and all the participation requirements are reasonable. So we work very closely with DHCD on that. And just to clarify, for the next cycle, we will not be reporting towards a goal. This is all being combined under DHCD, so it will be their reporting towards the goal.
I think, again, to the extent that you identify barriers to effective engagement, please let us know.
Sure.
So, thank you.
All right, I guess that's all for us. Potomac Edison.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Jessica Raba on behalf of Potomac Edison. I'm joined today by Diane Rapp, Manager of Energy Efficiency Compliance and Reporting, as well as Anthony Brown, Director of Energy Efficiency Implementation. And I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Rapp to give an overview of our performance.
Good morning, Commissioners. Diane Rapp, Manager of Energy Efficiency Reporting. I'd like to share some results from our 21 to 23 plan performance. Really proud of our 2023 annual compliance. So we actually achieved over 160,000 megawatt hours, or 113% of our goal in 2023. We spent 92% of the budget, so coming in over target, under budget. We're really proud of that performance. For our full 21 to 23 performance, we achieved over 44,000 megawatt hours, so that's over 100% of our goal, spending 81% of our planned budget. And that's over performance both in 22 and 23. Our residential programs during that time period contributed about 55% of our savings. That was over 241,000 megawatt hours, or 113% of the full plan target, while spending 83% of the budget. The main contributors for those programs were lighting, behavioral, EE kits, appliance rebates, and QHEC programs, which accounted for about 87% of the reported residential plan savings. For C&I, it was over 41% of savings performance, so that was approximately 184,000 megawatt hours during the 21 to 23 plan, or 82% of the annual target, while spending 82% of the budget. For the C&I sector, the company implemented the following initiatives to drive C&I program performance. Those included bonus incentives in all C&I program offerings beginning mid-year 2022 and extending through 2023. Additional midstream measure offerings were added, as well as midstream sub-program outreach at participating distributor locations. PE continued to market the programs and engage our C&I customers, including increased outreach to staff, targeting customers and promoting small business direct install and building tune-up, and coordinating efforts with resources such as MEA, county offices of sustainability, and other federal funding agencies. Next slide, please. Again, we're really proud of our results for 2021 to 23 plan results. Some of the really interesting things when you step back and think about, what you achieve over a 3-year plan cycle is what we've actually accomplished as far as not only megawatt hour savings, but emissions and the benefits that Maryland customers have seen from that. So if you take a look at a few of the metrics we have on here, through our programs, over 2 million LED bulbs. We had over 8,200 recycled appliances. We distributed over 75 million of customer incentives. We had over 47,000 low-income customers that participated through our program, and nearly 25,000 smart thermostats installed. What that means for the savings from those measures is that it's a lifetime equivalent of 1-year emissions from 714,000 vehicles, over 634,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide, same impact of planting 50 million trees, or over 1.6 million tons of coal burned. Another interesting fact, the behavioral program distributed over 3.9 million home energy reports during the time period, and really pleased to report that at least 92% of Potomac Edison residential customers were able to participate in one or more of our programs during the 21 to 23 cycle. That's good. That's good looking backwards, but looking forwards, we're really focused on executing our 24 to 26 plans. So our programs are off to a strong start. As you've heard updates from other utilities today on appliance recycling, I'm proud to say that our appliance recycling program picked back up in April, and they have begun picking up appliances last month. And through the next phase, we'll continue to collaborate with other utilities, staff, and stakeholders to continue developing the benefits of the EmPOWER programs to customers, and look forward to continued participation in the various working groups and commission processes regarding current and future EmPOWER initiatives. And with that, I will open it up to questions.
Sure, Barbe.
Yeah, just remind me, please, how many customers do you have in Maryland? Residential customers, rather, roughly.
I think it was roughly 265,000 in our last rate case.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Richard? Commissioner Sussman? So, the last slide you showed, the Energy Star certified homes, those are new construction?
Yes.
Okay. Given the geography of your service territory, do you have to deal with home builders and contractors located either in West Virginia or in Pennsylvania who do work in Maryland?
So we do not deal directly with home builders. That's done through our vendor of the program.
Okay.
I am unsure if there are home builders outside of the state of Maryland that participate. Yeah, I'm unsure. I'm unsure of that answer, but we do not deal directly with home builders. That's done through our vendor.
Okay. All right. Okay, good enough. Alrighty, so Boom, boom, boom. Okay. So now we're going to move to DHCD. So.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Nicolette Tran. I'm presenting on behalf of DHCD today, and with me I have Lynette Harley, Preston Thomas, and Amy Grasso. In the recently approved program plan, DHCD made a significant change to the way completed projects are reported. Traditionally, we had a carryover period so that any project that was started at the end of one cycle could still be completed at the beginning of the next cycle, and that was reported in a so-called carryover period. What happened, though, is after the end of the cycle, typically everybody moved on, and nobody really paid much attention anymore to the projects that were still completed that would have counted towards the old cycle. And so now that DHCD is by statute the implementer for the low-income program of EmPOWER and has the security that it will receive funding in the next cycle, we were able to remove the carryover period and have, therefore, clearer reporting. Every project will be reported in the program cycle where it is completed. And this will also eliminate any more retroactive adjustments as they have happened in the past. Can you just do one click to indicate that change? So that carryover period from 23 and 24 is now included in the 2024 report. Okay. For the single-family programs in the last cycle, the whole home efficiency and the base efficiency program, a total of 5,676 units were completed. At the end of the cycle, we still had 828 units under construction that would have typically retroactively been added to the prior cycle. These are now completed in the current cycle. While the unit goals, the household served remained below forecast, the average energy savings were higher than expected and got relatively close to the forecasts for the program cycle. At the end of the cycle, the MIHA program still had 33 projects under construction, and with those units, it was on track to meet its forecast for the 21 through 2023 program cycle. Those projects were for a total of 2,630 units, achieving over 3,700 megawatt hours, and those are also now counted in the new program cycle. For the current program cycle, both the single-family and the multifamily programs already have a significant number of projects in the pipeline that are gearing up to complete the forecast for the 2024 program year. The MIHA program specifically has already sufficient applications to satisfy both its 2024 and its 2025 forecasts. The department's efforts are currently fully focused on building up the programs for the required expansion. As everybody knows, we are looking to quadrupling the production of our programs in this cycle. A significant recruitment effort is currently underway that will provide the programs with the staff needed to expand the outreach and the reach to other customers. A few other updates on how things are going currently. The changes that were implemented for the MIHA program since the beginning of this year have been very well received and led to a significant uptick in MIHA program applications. Our single-family process is currently under review to make the process as efficient as it can be and be able to scale production to the higher level that we need. We also wanted to provide an update on our major database implementation that's currently in beta testing phase and expected to deploy at the beginning of July. At the same time, we're also currently undergoing a major website and customer experience process overhaul that should address some of the barriers that have been identified with the low-income work group. And as part of our recruitment efforts, we are, for example, tripling the number of customer service and intake staff. And we're also, for the first time, finally able to create a dedicated marketing and outreach team. And our first key hire this year was Lynette Harley, our brand new business development manager, who is joining me here today.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Here in this slide, thank you.
Actually, just state your name for the record.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Lynette Harley, the Business Development Manager. Thank you. In this slide, we are identifying the double efforts for the new 2024 and 2025. We hope to increase our network partners, our marketing efforts, and our campaigns to reach landlords, residents, and nonprofits. We hope to increase the residents that we reach by 5,800, which would then give us a 200% growth. Next slide.
One additional challenge that continues to affect the program, as well as many other similar industries, is a gap in the available workforce to provide these manual labor types of services. Therefore, increasing the service provider capacity will be very crucial for us for our expansion of the program production. We're currently working with a few different state agency partners as well as our training provider to make efforts towards closing that gap. We have applied for $4 million worth of federal energy workforce training grants and hope that those come through. However, this is a larger concern that will require additional statewide efforts to ensure that our contractors can get the staff they need to expand. We did a survey with our current network partners, and they currently have about 370 total workers that are involved in the programs, and they're estimating that they will need to double that workforce. And with that, we're available for any of your questions.
So, questions for DHCD. Commissioner Sussman.
And now I can say good afternoon. Okay, so I'm assuming you heard my questions earlier, and so my concern is the folks that you're not reaching because they're not interested, and so.
Let me try to get you there. Hold on. Okay.
Okay, I think I can go. Okay, so so for those.
Hey, Billy. How are you?
I think we're good. Okay. So for those that are not easily reached, so the customer and rental units with a landlord that is not interested, how do you engage them in and what are sort of the kind of paths forward?
Yeah.
And Ms. Harley, I guess we can trial by fire. You can start the process. I mean, I'm assuming that this is something that you recognize as a challenge, but I guess I'm asking, what are the things that you're thinking about doing, sort of moving forward to get them more engaged in the process?
No, absolutely. So in our slide where we showed who we hope to be networking with, we're going to be reaching out to a lot of local real estate associations and builder associations to help close that communication gap that we seem to be having. So with the real estate association, a lot of property managements belong to them, and so that's who the landlords hire to do their leases and communicate with the tenants. So hopefully we'll get a clear communication about our programs and how you qualify for them, and really discuss the benefits to the landlord and to the tenant. hopefully. And then with the Builders Association, we hope to close that gap between the builders and contractors that we have in the homes, and sort of that was discussed previously, that lack of communication of telling the homeowner these programs are available, your water heater might be running out soon, you may want to apply for this, so that you're within time and not having to do a last minute repair replacement out of pocket.
See, I'm wondering if there's a way, and this is actually just a question for you because I don't have the answer to this. Is there a way to address some of these issues before this housing stock gets into the pool for low and moderate income? I mean, it certainly would be better to have housing stock that either is addressing some of these issues, has weatherization, or at least has a requirement that they engage with you to the extent you have funds available. And so
Yeah, so there, there is precedent in the world, or maybe in the nation here too, about policies that promote landlords or building owners to make efficient changes to their properties. One of such is building codes. We're now seeing that on the larger property side with the building energy performance standards. They will require building owners to make certain standards changes to their properties. There are also regulatory changes that could mandate for any building owner to provide not only buildings at a certain safety and health standard, but also at a certain efficiency standard. That's obviously not within our control, but that does exist. There are policies out there in other jurisdictions.
But not in Maryland.
Not to our knowledge, no. Or not to the extent that it would, primarily address that issue. The other approach that can typically address the split incentive is to provide incentives to the building owners, right? And that is not as easily said as done because the energy bill savings go to the resident in the individually metered properties. But it is very important to outline the other incentives that the building owner gets in terms of building value increase, in terms of more attractive property, in terms of being able to address maintenance, as Lynette said, maintenance now instead of when it occurs at a later time, and get an incentive to replace that water heater now than rather to wait when it breaks. And then lastly, also for a lot of multifamily properties, that incentive can be in terms of covering the utility bill, providing savings to the utility bills that the landlord does cover. For example, the common areas, the hallway lighting. Those are incentives that the property manager can get, and that will incentivize them to sign up the whole property.
Okay. And are there barriers now to deploying some of these incentives or changes that need to be made to the program to make the deployment more effective, efficient?
So on the MIHA side, and maybe Preston wants to weigh in a little bit of that, we did see a very significant uptick in MIHA applications in this program cycle, and maybe you want to highlight some of the changes that have led to that. On the single-family side, one of the, historically, what we've seen made the biggest difference is the communication with the building owners, and communicating and putting the benefits to them in numbers, and not just broadly saying property value increases, but having specific numbers connected with that.
Good afternoon. Preston Thomas, Program Manager of the Multifamily Energy Efficiency and Housing Affordability Program. One of the biggest barriers that we saw was really with the funding amount specifically. And so we changed the way that we were evaluating projects and determining funding amounts. And we went from funding about 65% of the cost of a project to 85% of the cost of a project. And when we did that, I mean, our number of applications just exploded. And one of the things is, especially with low-income housing, a lot of these properties just don't have the cash flow to afford that additional cost share. And so that really just made the difference, was just that little bit of increase in funding amount.
Okay. And I guess sort of maybe a follow-up question to that is are you at all concerned with the impact that investment will have on the rental property? So that will rents go up? Is there a way that it's the rents are kind of locked in so that they cannot raise rents because they've improved the property?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That is part of all of our programs on the single-family side as well as on the multifamily side. We sign an agreement with the builder for, to protect the rents and lock in an affordability period.
Okay, and then that lock-in period is for how long?
It's for
It's 5 years for the single family and I think 15.
It's 5 years for
5 years.
Okay.
Yeah. Another barrier that helped increase the number of applications was we removed the requirement for a regulatory agreement. And a regulatory agreement is recorded with the land records. In many naturally occurring affordable housing properties that didn't have an existing regulatory agreement, they would have to get permission from their lenders, whether it's Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac, and that would, those lenders would impose a fee on properties because then it's technically a change of use of the property because it was a market rate, theoretically, a market rate property, but now it's recorded as an affordable housing property. And so we now have our affordability requirements built into the grant agreement itself. And so we're still achieving that affordability, requirements, but they're not having to record that regulatory agreement with the land records, and it's not imposing the fee. And so that was a huge barrier that a lot of projects withdrew their applications from the program for.
Okay, interesting. Thank you.
Commissioner Barbe.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I brought this up earlier today. I'd like you to discuss, first of all, I'm very happy that the Moore-Miller administration is dedicating so much money to this important issue area. One of the things I'd like you to discuss is the issue of the actually not insubstantial number of people who are renting properties where they do not have individual metering, especially in the city of Baltimore.
Yep.
So could you just discuss how you're addressing that?
Yeah. So that's, I think you're addressing a classic collective action problem, right? Where there is really no individual incentive to change my behavior if everybody else in the building is still using the same amount of water. And so far our programs have focused on the equipment component, right? So the idea is if somebody leaves their water on for hours on time, at least we're putting in more efficient or more conservative equipment so that it will have less of an impact. To address the behavior component in those scenarios is very hard to do. And it would most likely require a really major buy-in from the property manager to engage the tenant. So traditionally, to solve a collective action problem, the approaches that help are communication of the problem exists, and this is what we would like everybody to do about. Also, communication between the different stakeholders or tenants. In this case, what are you doing about this? What are you doing about this to make actions more transparent? Also an approach that is typically used is to create a sort of an artificial competition, where now there is an outside incentive, either through a monetary reward or another reward, to incentivize the desired behavior and make those results public. And then, the idea is that the different stakeholders hold each other accountable. Hey, what did you do to save water? What did you do? And to kind of convert that individualistic motivation to something that benefits the common good. But that is really a very challenging behavioral approach that so far our programs are not addressing. That is, something that I think would require some buy-in from the property manager to get the whole community on board.
I assume that individual metering would be cost prohibitive in a lot of
In a lot of cases, especially the older buildings, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So, it would seem to me that one of the arguments you can make to the landlord is that to the extent that the tenant pays the energy bill, and if you take actions to lower that, it actually provides more funds to consequently go to rent, and so it's an incentive for them to actually allow this. But I guess one of the questions I have is there a problem with, particularly in immigrant communities, either language or a concern on the part of the tenant of, quote, not making trouble with the landlord and therefore not wanting to take advantage of these programs? And how, and if that's true, how have you been addressing it?
Yeah, that is a concern. I mean, not just specific to our programs, but there often is mistrust of, government programs that exists, unfortunately, across the board for some customers. One of the ways our program is challenged with that specifically is because we go into customers' homes and we give them an assessment of here is, what the property could need in upgrades to be more efficient. And a lot of customers are very afraid of bringing that up to their landlord. They have fears of eviction and such. So that is one of the concerns, and what we've been doing so far is to seek that communication with the landlords ahead of time. In the past, we put a lot of that burden on the customer, but a couple years ago, we really front-loaded the communication with the landlord specifically and getting their buy-in ahead of time with an energy assessment agreement where they agree to at least entertain, the recommendations that are made, and that has made a little bit of a change in how many customers subsequently dropped out because of landlord buy-in.
So in that situation, I mean, have you had difficulties figuring out who the landlord is with something, particularly like in the city where some of these houses are sort of owned through various corporations?
Yes, it's those one-off individual houses that are sometimes a little bit harder to get a hold of, but we typically ask the applicant directly if they're able to provide us with the landlord.
And I guess along the lines of some of the questions that Commissioner Suchman's asked about barriers and things like that, I mean, is there some change that ought to be made? I'm thinking not so much what we can do, but maybe something statutorily related to landlord-tenant relationships that would, allow for this to happen, to maybe tell the landlords, look, when push comes to shove, you have to allow us to do this.
I don't know if you can do that. I mean, that would certainly help.
I mean, I guess I'm not sure that we can do it. Now, we may be able to make a recommendation to somebody else. Like, the person at the end of the bench is former colleagues. And maybe they can do something about it. But I think what I'm concerned about is this whole power dynamic and making sure that we kind of levelize the feel for people.
Yes, and I would like to add, so to that, like you said, reaching out to organizations. So specifically, I see more of like a nonprofit organization. So an example of what I'm working now with is with CASA, that's more focused on Montgomery County. They have a group called the Organizers, and they become the representative for these tenants. So the idea is to educate them as well on our programs, to speak to the landlords, or be that help break down that barrier between tenant and landlord and property managers as well.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Now, I think what we're going to do is stop for lunch. So I guess we'll come back at 1:25. All right, so we're back on the record in 9705, and I think we're now going to deal with the work group reports, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Dan Hurley, on behalf of staff. Before we get into the work group reports, I just want to kind of talk about how the work groups were organized and structured this time around. I kind of made a decision to try to limit meetings as best as possible to kind of reduce the redundancy of comments being passed back and forth at the meetings. Probably zagged a little too hard to the left there because we kind of ran into a little time crunch and we had to request some delays for filings. And so moving forward with all the work group reports that are coming in the fall and the summer and implementation of HB 864, we will definitely have a more structured work group process moving forward. Having said that, our first work group report is the finance work group report. So in order number 90919, the Commission directed the finance work group to file a report to provide recommendations on the best use of the CAA pilot's program's remaining budgets. The Maryland Clean Energy Center provided 3 recommendations that were provided in the report. Number 1, utilize remaining budgeted loan loss reserve to cover projected administrative costs for the pilot extension period. Number 2, utilize $500,000 of the remaining budget to lower the credit score threshold from 640 to 580. And number 3 was to utilize the remaining budget to increase the cap on loans from $35,000 to $50,000. Staff supported the 3 recommendations for the use of the remaining budgets that were proposed, and the other stakeholders can provide their recommendations. If you want to take their recommendations now.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So, all right, go right ahead.
Good afternoon again. Nicole Zeichner on behalf of OPC. And I would just start by saying that staff has already addressed one of the concerns we had with the work groups, which was we felt that maybe a more thorough process was needed, and we did feel like there was a little bit of a time crunch for replying to work group requests, but that staff has addressed that. So just moving on to the finance work group. The finance work group recently convened to address three requests from the Clean Energy Pilot implementers to allocate unspent funds, the loan loss reserve, to allow participation by customers with lower credit scores. This is something that OPC had specifically recommended or requested, and we were happy to see that. Additionally, there was a request to increase the loan cap to allow higher loans for geothermal projects, and finally allocate unspent loan loss reserve and interest rate subsidies to program administration. We support all of these requests. However, we do have some concerns. Our first concern is the high level of administrative costs compared to the amount of loans being issued in the pilot. The loan pilot's administrative costs are over 35% on average of the loans approved each year. And this is obviously something that we would want to address if this were approved as a permanent program. Additionally, some of the metrics that OPC requested with the pilot, specifically demographic data regarding the median credit score for loans funded and the average value of loans funded by income bracket, some of this information has been difficult to obtain due to the credit union's policies. That's our understanding. And that lack of information makes it difficult to fully evaluate the pilot and fully even come up with a marketing strategy for reaching customers with lower credit scores, which is one of the goals, as OPC sees it, of this pilot. So this data is necessary, and we continue to hope that there will be a way to obtain that information. And we did recommend that in the future maybe something be worked out with any participating credit unions ahead of time so that this information could be sent in an anonymous way to the pilot implementers. Thank you. And those are our comments on the finance pilot. Thank you.
So actually, I didn't ask ahead of time, but were any questions of staff for their presentation? Or? Okay. And so any questions of OPC? No. Commissioner Richter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank for the analysis. Just so I understand, this is still considered on the scale of a pilot, is that correct? So you just used a figure of 35% overhead. Yeah, that would be very problematic if this were a full-blown program. Does it seem, because of the scale, at least acceptable at this stage, or is OPC suggesting no, we should set a cap or say something other than 35%?
At this point, we did not suggest. We saw that we had some concerns, but our concerns are really when it becomes a full program. The program administrators gave some explanation for that during the work group. It had to do with I forgot I don't want to try to remember the exact language, but it made sense what they said. And obviously, if more loans were done through the program, this would be less of an issue. So we think this is more of a problem going forward, but it's just something to consider right now.
Probably something probably like a fixed cost in many respects, and so therefore, once the program is bigger, hopefully that wouldn't be as high a percentage. Okay. But number two is that was a major objective of OPC, if I recall correctly, is to try to make these loans available to a broader group of people. So
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Maryland Energy Administration. And just so we're clear, are you speaking just for MEA, or are you talking on behalf of the Maryland Clean Energy Center? Just MEA. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Oh, okay. Good enough.
Yes, so my name is Babatunde Idrisu from the Maryland Energy Administration, and MEA also supports the requests.
Any questions for MEA? All right, and if you could identify yourself.
Sure. Stephen Cowan. I'm the Chief Investment Officer at MCEC. Just to address the point on administrative expenses, and this was brought up when we designed the program, the admin budget for the 3-year period was designed to be less than 5% of the total loan facility size, which is about $18 million. So when you run the 3-year budget originally, and that's program oversight, program administration, legal, marketing, accounting, all of that, it's about just over 4% of the $18 million program. But certainly we take their comments and would address that in a long-term program.
Okay. Any questions for MCEC? All right, so any other stakeholders have anything you want to offer on the Finance Work Group report? All right, seeing none?
All right. Our next report is the Midstream Work Group report. In order number 90957, the Commission indicated that it was interested in receiving additional information to determine if it is possible to operate both a downstream and midstream program. Potomac Edison proposed a downstream option for its HVAC program in their 2024 to 2026 EmPOWER Maryland program plans, with the intent to increase participation in the program from HVAC units that are from non-participating HVAC suppliers and distributors, i.e. out-of-state distributors, but sell HVAC equipment in PE's territory. A downstream option would allow the customer or installation contractor to apply for a rebate from PE. So I guess maybe some background. So a downstream program is kind of your first level program where the rebate is going to be applied for by the customer or maybe even the installation contractor to the utility to get that incentive paid. The next step level is the midstream program, is where we went to a few years ago, is now we're incentivizing the distributors to provide more efficient equipment for the contractors to install. So that incentive goes to distributors. And then, the other possibility would be the upstream program, which would be incentivizing the manufacturers to provide that kind of equipment. So we're talking about a midstream and downstream program running together. So that's kind of the comparisons there. And as noted in the work group report, as we transition to a midstream program in 2018, 2019, we did kind of have the downstream programs running simultaneously. Staff does support the implementation of a downstream program for PE, and if the Commission approves it, we would recommend it stay with PE only, and that would give the other utilities an opportunity to get some lesson learned, some successes and challenges that PE might learn implementing the downstream and midstream program at the same time. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none. OPC, you have any comments on this one? Or?
Again, I'm Dylan Voorhees with VEIC here with OPC. So just a quick comment on process. There was, as Mr. Hurley said, somewhat limited sort of period of time and opportunity for this work group to consider this specific option. We would agree with some comments filed by the HVAC contractors that we think the midstream work group continues to be a useful device for dialogue and problem solving, and so would look forward to more activity on that in the future, including as we look, as I mentioned earlier, to a year from now when the utilities will be required to file a uniform program manual on the midstream programs. So just to say a little bit about the specific question of downstream and midstream, we did share as extensive sort of comments on this question of practice as we had sort of time permitted in the midstream work group, but we do not support a downstream offer for HVAC equipment particularly, and I'll speak to that a little bit. But I wanted to point out that it is not an ideological view. We continue to support what happens with the heat pump water heater programs that are offered by the utilities, which continue to include, for most of them, a downstream and a midstream channel for participation. And so the reason that's appropriate for heat pump water heaters is for the point that I described earlier, which is many water heaters are sold through retail channels, and many of them are sold through distributors. And so it's actually important to have a program strategy that gets at both. We remain concerned that most of the activity that's happening for most of the utilities, I would exclude SMECO because I think they are doing much more on the midstream, but they're doing most of the work on water heaters is happening on the retail side. So we continue to be concerned that not enough emphasis is being put on the midstream channel. For HVAC equipment, most people do not buy HVAC equipment through a retail store, and we're concerned that a shift toward downstream incentives will undermine the sort of strategic and market engagement around midstream, and so you'll be dealing with contractors and distributors, and more likely to sort of confuse markets and not sort of pursue the market transformation strategy that we spoke of earlier. And then the last thing I would just note is this is a very complicated question, and we don't feel like there's been really sufficient time and sort of rigor to really examine the consequences of a shift in strategy with the work that's happened a little bit in the spring.
So, any questions for Commissioner Schlesinger?
So it seems to me that I mean, you can kind of get lost in the market shifting approach, which feels sort of, you know, market transitional and sort of bigger picture, as opposed to where it makes the most sense to offer the rebate. And I think your example of HVAC, it doesn't make any sense to have the offer sit at a retailer because no one buys their HVAC system at the retailer. So I wonder if maybe another way to think about it is sort of ease of use, and so where customers are more likely to purchase an appliance at a retail shop, maybe that's where the rebate should be, where a customer would never go to a retail shop, but would deal with somebody at the midstream level, then that makes more sense to be there. And then you avoid the sort of the larger picture, which could actually sort of interfere with what it is that you're trying to accomplish, which is to just get the rebates to where they make the most sense so that the customer will sort of engage in the right behavior.
Yes, Commissioner, I think that's right. I also think it's important. So retail, a downstream incentive is not is not necessarily synonymous with a retail incentive that you get through a retail store. And so to your question about what is easier, it's also important to ask easier for whom. So, or who, I can't remember which it is. Easier for somebody.
I think I understand what you're saying, so.
Do you know the answer to that?
No. I was a political science major in college,
Very
so
good.
I'm sorry.
Okay, public policy didn't teach us that either.
There you go.
It is undoubtedly easier for contractors generally if the customer is responsible for pursuing a rebate. And that is understandable, and is not necessarily a best practice for engaging for the customer. Now, some customers are perfectly capable of applying for a rebate, but it starts to put more burden on the customer than simply filling out a form for an application for a rebate. It also means we're expecting them to have more expertise about this decision, about what kind of HVAC equipment they want. And that's a lot of responsibility to sort of put on the customer. If we're not putting at least as much emphasis on supporting and motivating the contractors and the distributors, then we're setting the customer up to want something that contractors and distributors are less prepared to give them, and that doesn't really serve anybody.
Right, and that's what I like this idea of rather than a sort of a one-size-fits-all, that there may be situations where midstream makes the most sense, and then there are places where downstream makes the most sense, and maybe there's going to be a situation where upstream ultimately makes the most sense. But if we can find a way that makes it easiest for the customer to be able to engage,
Yes.
then I think that's really where we want to try to head. So, thanks.
Commissioner Barbe.
So to summarize, the further upstream, the better, right? From the point of view of the customer.
Thank you, Commissioner, for boiling it down to a very simple question. There are a lot of other considerations to make, but in many ways, that is the most streamlined way to deliver a change of equipment to customers.
I mean, do you worry about a manufacturer or distributor getting this big, financial payment and not passing it all along to the customer? Is that a concern?
Potentially, if not designed properly. We've had this discussion at some length in the midstream work group in past years, less about the manufacturer than whether the distributor or contractor will pass it on. To the extent that there is an actual market and you have choices of who you can buy from, ultimately we believe those dollars will get passed on to the customer. If you are one contractor and Commissioner Richard is another contractor and one of you tries to withhold that value, he will have a better price and I will shop away.
And that's what I was going to say. I would think that market dynamics would straighten out a lot of those problems automatically.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Dan, Mr. Hurley, this may be more for you. So just hearing how this process is playing out with the work group, with more time, is that something that you believe might be needed? It sounds like there were some complicated issues that some of the stakeholders don't feel that they had a chance to I guess, talk through.
I think we could probably use a little more time to work through some of these additional questions before, the final decision is actually made.
Okay. And that's basically, I think, what I'm hearing from the Office of People's Counsel is a little more opportunity to talk through the issues. And that would be potentially a guidance we could provide. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So this question about water heaters, and you said buying them from retail outlets. So hypothetically, I guess we're talking about Home Depot, right? Mm-hmm. And is it normal that the customer, if he buys the water heater from Home Depot, installs it himself, or does Home Depot have some way of, doing it?
Mr. Chairman, that's an excellent question. So obviously, some customers will install themselves. That is surely not a majority, even of the, say, probably half of water heaters that are purchased through the retail channel. So they're installed by a contractor, and in some of those cases, the contractor may be motivating the choice of equipment, but the customer is acquiring it. These stores have effectively mixed up some of these roles, and now, of course, many contractors buy from those stores as well. So they are going in, and those stores act a little bit as a distributor, and so the market is a little more complicated than it might have been, say, 20 years ago, and it's important to understand all of those market dynamics and then have a strategy for intervention at each of those. That doesn't double pay anybody, right? So you can't give the money to a sort of distributor and at the retail, and I think everybody acknowledges that that needs to be solved. There's no double dipping, and that may be easier or harder to do if you're trying to do three different things at once. But this is, again, part of, I think, a more of a market transformation approach, is to understand in detail what is happening with all of those market channels, and then come up with an incentive and engagement strategy that's appropriate.
So, for Mr. Hurley, is there an entity in the work group that represents the retail outlets like Home Depot, or?
I do not believe we've had a retail outlet in one of our work group meetings. We've had the contractors who work with with those distributors and retailers. But
I mean, is there a need for them to be there, or for this particular thing, or?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell, you have a question?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, thanks.
May I just,
all right,
just so I'm
Commissioner Rickey.
understanding, so when we're talking about hot water heaters, you were talking about Home Depots and places you might walk in on your own. But if I'm, suddenly in need of HVAC system or some kind of an emergency replacement, I mean, they're the very commercial places you see, like Len the Plumber, Michael and Son, Constellation Home. Are they considered in that same category of a retailer, or are they more considered as a midstream?
I think who you're describing are installation contractors, for the most part, and so they are still having to acquire equipment from somebody, and they might get equipment from a retail store. They might go into a Home Depot, or they might go to a distributor, or they might do either one, depending on whether it's a Saturday or a Friday, right? So I don't know, Commissioner, that there's a general answer to that question, but those are the...
Again, I think we were just trying to figure out what the customer experience is going to be, and it seems like a lot of these, like the Len the Plumbers, the Michael and Son, you see their advertising all the time, and if you suddenly have the need for their services, I mean, that's what the customer is going to reach out and how they're going to take care of that purchase.
I think that's right. I think it's very difficult to understate the importance of the contractor in what the customer pursues and chooses. And so really meeting the needs of contractors is very important to a limit, right? And so as just said just a minute ago, it's easier for the contractors if you make the customer do all of the incentive rebate processing. I don't think that's a recipe for growth and change. So it's not just doing whatever the contractors sort of find easiest or want, but meeting their needs in the context of market growth. I think that there's a very important role for the utilities to educate customers about the values of these technologies. That's also very difficult to understate. Customers get a lot of information from their contractors. They also can be skeptical of promises offered by contractors, and they are very the utilities are very trusted sources of information by many customers. And so if the utility is playing an aggressive role in marketing and education to customers about the value of heat pumps, the value of heat pump water heaters, that is very important. But that is very different from trying to persuade a customer to initiate a project and sort of pursue an incentive. That's sort of general education that sort of makes customers more interested in the technology. And when they have a need, and the contractor is also educated, and the contractor knows he can get an instant rebate and get a piece of equipment very easily, then you're more likely to have a meeting of the minds. And so all of these components need to happen. And I also just want to recognize that the utilities are trying to work on many of these fronts. It is not like they're completely failing on sort of any of these. They're working to engage in them, but the pieces just aren't working together sufficiently.
Okay. And so your recommendation is continue with the work group, and you think that this uniform program manual will also help come up with some of these solutions?
I think it can. I think it will be helpful, and I would reiterate the recommendation earlier that if you want, as OPC recommends, the utilities to adopt more of a market transformation framework, that you tell them that.
Okay.
So they're clear on what the goalposts are.
Just simply saying we want this uniform program manual isn't communicating that point. That alone does not move us in the direction of transformational.
Well, I guess includes a strategy for market transformation could be a directive that the utilities would then need to figure out how to respond to that.
Okay, well, thank you. Yeah, I thought we had kind of were moving in that direction when our last order we did order the moving toward this uniform program manual, but you're saying more is needed. Okay.
I think, Commissioner, one of the things that as the name implies, I think was clear, I think, to all of us, is that uniformity is really important, and so we want also a uniform strategy. So I think that's clear, and that is very important for engaging the market and sort of transforming as having a sort of a single playbook, and that is consistent, I believe, with one of the recommendations or comments from the HVAC contractors, that they want kind of statewide sort of portals of information. They want sort of more consolidation so that their members can engage in a program, not in 5 different programs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Barbe.
I think my issue's been addressed.
Okay. Any other questions for OPC? All right, MEA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. MEA has, my name is Babatunde Idrisu from MEA. We do not have any objections to PE implementing the downstream program. We do think that it could potentially offer insights to utilities and other stakeholders on how both downstream and midstream program could work. But I think we also do believe that it's important that one model does not undercut the other. So yeah, that's our comment.
All right. Any questions for MEA? So, any other stakeholder wish to be heard on this particular work group report? Seeing none, we'll move on to cost recovery.
So for the cost recovery work group report, order number 90957, the Commission directed this work group to investigate methods for minimizing the surcharge bill impact as the surcharge transitions from an amortization model to an expensing model. During that time, HB 864 was passed, and it will most likely be signed, and had 2 provisions that could mitigate the surcharge bill impact on its own outside of what the work group was looking at. The first was the elimination of the unamortized balance can occur on or before December 31st, 2032, which added potentially 2 years to what the Commission directed in its recovery order. And then number 2, the return the EmPOWER utilities can earn on the unamortized balance can occur at the average cost of outstanding debt, which is different from our weighted average cost of capital we've been using since the program inception. So the work group reached a consensus on 2 items. First, the EmPOWER utilities provided the 2024 surcharge comparison for the extended amortization paydown and the change of the earning a return at the average cost of outstanding debt, which is on table 1 on page 3 of the report. And you'll note that just those two things caused, I think we saw anywhere from 35 to $1.20 reductions in the 2024 monthly surcharges, the residential monthly surcharge. So there was some decline in the surcharges based on the legislation. The work group also reached a consensus on an amortization to expensing model. So currently, we're at I've just lost 33% for 2024, with the rest amortized over 5 years. In 2025, it goes to 67% becomes expensed, 33% gets amortized for 5 years, and then starting in 2026, we'll have 100% expensing. The work group agreed that the amortization schedule would go from 55% to 80% to 100%, and this is in 2025, 2026, and 2027. So this recommendation will delay the full expensing of EmPOWER from 2026 to 2027. The work group is requesting commission feedback on whether the commission agrees with this consensus surcharge modeling scenario, and if the commission would want to review alternative scenarios. The non-consensus item is primarily if the modeling should be done on the surcharges for the current program cycle of 2024 to 2026, or should it be done through 2032? The utilities want to model for the current cycle, and OPC, MEA, and staff would prefer to see that modeling done through 2032. With that, staff's available for questions, and the others are available to provide their comments and recommendations.
So, questions, Commissioner Schlesman?
So in terms of the modeling question, did the utilities explain why they wanted to have the shorter modeling period?
I think it's because the budgets for 2024 to 2026 are already approved and known. And it was just, we'd have to go out and forecast budget costs for the next 6 to 7 years out to determine the impacts moving forward.
Okay, and is that an additional cost for the utility that they don't necessarily want to add to?
I'm not aware of how much of an additional cost that would be.
Well, I'm mostly trying to
percentages to the
right. I'm trying to see if this is
easier move.
Right. It's non-consensus, but I'm trying to determine how much non-consensus is. Maybe I wonder if we have any utilities in the room that might.
Well, we'll get to that.
Yeah, I guess we'll get to you, but well, should we?
Well, let me hear from, and then we'll call them up.
Okay, so we'll put a pin in that. But I'd certainly like to hear from the utilities if this is a big issue for them, if it's a cost issue, or if it's some other issue. Okay, that's all I have.
Commissioner Richard, Commissioner Barvey, Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, I think it's probably a similar question as far as needing to hear from the utilities. But were you having trouble reaching consensus after HB 864, or is before? Because it seems like there are some things that we have to do now since HB 64 was adopted, as far as models and coming up with information as far as how we might put into effect HB 864.
So HB 864 was already in play. This is just basically how much you want to model the surcharge impact of the recommended changes moving forward.
Okay. Well, it just seems like some of this information would be needed now that we have HB 864 to understand the various impacts.
Sure.
And outcomes.
And of course, HB 864 says may be done by 2032. We could do it earlier if we want to stay on the same schedule we're currently on. The commission could authorize that.
Okay,
So
I think I
there's
have really then the same question as why, or where are the utilities now? Because it seems like some of this information we just have to have, now, given that the actions of the legislature. Let me see if there are any other questions here. No. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Okay. OPC.
Thank you. So, as to the cost recovery work group, staff has covered many of our points, but OPC did provide some suggestions to the work group, to the utilities to model certain scenarios. The work group had a productive discussion, and we reached some points of consensus, as you've heard. And HB 864, as everyone knows, if signed by Governor Moore, will reduce the utilities' returns on EmPOWER to the average cost of outstanding debt. We believe that clearly should be modeled because that is required by HB 864. But the Commission has the discretion to extend the period to pay off the unamortized balance and also extend the transition to expensing, and we would like to see those two items modeled as well separately so that we can see almost what would be the impact of stacking different changes to reduce the surcharge. And we recommend 3 distinct scenarios be modeled for the Commission and stakeholders. The first would be no change other than reducing the rate of return to the average cost of outstanding debt. The second would be slowing the transition to expensing using the time frame in the work group report, and we're referencing this was agreed upon. The modeling scenario was agreed upon by the work group so that we wouldn't present the Commission with multiple scenarios for percentages in each year. We generally reached an agreement on that if the Commission would agree to that modeling. And then finally, OPC would like to see a model that slows the transition to expensing and extends the pay down of the balance. And we are not recommending at this point that any of those things be done, but we would like to see how they may affect the surcharge. OPC also recommends that the Commission investigate whether any remaining benefits under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 could be accelerated and used to mitigate the EmPOWER surcharge. We addressed this in the work group report. Some utilities said that those benefits were not available. Others said that they might have some legal concerns with doing that. They weren't sure if that was possible. And we did propound data requests, but we started to get our responses in yesterday, so we just didn't have enough time to evaluate those in time for this hearing. But we would like the Commission respectfully to look into that further. And then, as staff has pointed out, we'd like to see this modeling through 2032. We understand that we don't yet know the budgets for the next cycle, but maybe some assumptions could be agreed upon so that there can be some consistent modeling. And then finally, as we know, this is a balance. If we reduce the surcharge on the short term, customer or ratepayers will pay more in the long term. So we would like to see, with any modeling, the total return paid by ratepayers each year for the duration of the paydown period, and then the surcharge estimates for the duration of the paydown period. Thank you, and we are available for any questions.
Questions for Commissioner Sushman?
Okay, so just to be clear, when we speak to the utilities, so to the extent that we agree that modeling should extend to 2032, these 3 proposals are the proposals that the utility understands. So is it your sense that they have a problem with the 3 different scenarios, or it's just taking the modeling out to 2032?
I believe that, I apologize, Commissioner Suchman, I would have to look at the work group report again. I believe that they might have thought that we could combine one of those scenarios, but I don't want to speak, I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay.
I think the bigger concern was maybe the difficulty and the assumptions involved with modeling out to 2032.
Okay. Well, I will ask them when they come in. Okay, that's all I have.
Commissioner, can I just want to really emphasize the point that if you do not get data, even if it takes assumptions about the future, if you don't have any information about what the impact will be on future ratepayers, it will be very difficult to assess whether or not it's a good rebalance to make these changes, because I can guarantee it will all look good in the short term because you will be pushing out costs into the long term. And if you don't know how much costs will be on sort of future ratepayers, it's very difficult to make that choice. And the two choices about going to expensing a little bit more slowly or paying down the unamortized balance a little bit more slowly are they're somewhat incremental, but you do have within the law a little bit of flexibility.
Okay, MEA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. MEA doesn't have any additional, I think staff has said what we wanted to say, modeling out to 2032, so we don't have any other additional thing to add.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear quite what you said about before you said 2032. Could you repeat that?
I'm saying that MEA doesn't have any additional comments. Like staff had addressed what we wanted to talk about,
Okay.
like extending the modeling to 2032.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Guess not. So, any other stakeholders who wish to comment on this particular report? Where, yeah. Sir.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. John Frayne on behalf of BGE. I just wanted to, answer some of the questions that had come up from the dialogue earlier, and I'm certainly willing to answer any other questions that the Commission may have. I think, at least on behalf of the Exelon Utilities, we are absolutely willing to do modeling that the Commission believes it would need in order to make a reasonable, informed decision here in this case. We are concerned about the amount of work that would be necessary in order to do a number of different scenarios, and so our recommendation here was really about trying to limit the number of different scenarios, because within sort of moving the transition, let's say, to expensing to 2028, there's a whole number of options that would be available in terms of different percentages that you could choose or what have you. And so our thought was to limit the modeling to kind of one exercise that would give the Commission, we believe, the information you would need to make an informed decision.
Commissioner Fleshman.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Frayne, for indulging me. If we were to take, so I'd written down OPC's 3 suggested scenarios. Now that I've got you both here, if you were to do a modeling exercise, taking it out to 2032, could you come up with a sort of sample modeling scenario, see what's involved in doing the modeling, see the information that comes out of it, and then make a decision about whether the modeling is producing information that the parties believe is useful to the exercise? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, I don't think we'd want to direct the utilities to engage in an activity that would involve hundreds of hours and millions of dollars. So, but you heard the concern that the OPC has in terms of trying to make a determination about the impact going out past 2027. So is it possible to go back to the work group and figure out sort of a scenario where you can determine what the impacts would be, sort of expensing versus?
Yes, in terms of you're asking in terms of kind of extending the amortization of the unamortized balance out to 2032, or are you talking about moving the transition to expensing to full expensing?
Okay, well, actually, for OPC, I mean, can you imagine a scenario, sort of a modeling scenario that would then be that would be given to the utilities to kind of come up with an analysis of impact on ratepayers without having sort of multiple different scenarios, but
I believe our suggestions to the work group were a little more detailed, but I'm trying to recall exactly what and that was part of what we intended to do with the work group, to agree on a scenario, but everyone everyone did kind of agree that maybe we ask the commission what the commission wants us to model, and then they would. So it's kind of, I guess it's a little circular here. So, yes, yeah, I think.
Commissioner, I think you do want choices. A modeling exercise that doesn't present you with choices is maybe informational but doesn't help with decisions. So I think everybody agrees that one of the choices is to make no change. The commission has already set an expensing transition and a pay down, and those are allowed under the law. The one change that is required under the law is to change the rate of return. And so that becomes one choice, and I don't think there's any disagreement that we want information about that scenario. The OPC is only actually requesting for 2 additional scenarios, and so one of them is to slow the transition to expensing, and one of them would be to slow the transition to expensing and do the amortization. I don't actually think, I know there's a lot of effort and work that goes into these models, but these are not really novel exercises. The utilities have produced amortization schedules to estimate the surcharges a number of times, and so asking to do two scenarios, I think, feels useful to give you the information for those choices.
Well, and based on the information we get, we will be making decisions about how quickly or how. So I can envision, getting the results of that, and then having us look to see what makes the most sense from a ratepayer impact perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to be clear, Table 1 in the workgroup report provides you with the information on what the impact on the current EmPOWER surcharge is if you extended that unamortized balance out to the additional 2 years to 2032. That impact for each of the utilities that's provided here, it is an estimate. It's the best estimate you're going to get in terms of modeling right now, but it's also the largest amount of impact you're going to see on the EmPOWER surcharge over that period of time, because the balance that we're amortizing right now is at its largest amount right now that we're going to have. So, this is where I think, we're trying to say, this information here, I think, gives the commission a sense of how much of an impact, or how little of an impact, quite frankly, this change would have on the monthly EmPOWER surcharge for customers. So, for example, for BGE, if you chose to extend that amortization of the unamortized balance out to 2032, we're saying that that would have had a 28-cent reduction in the EmPOWER surcharge. That 28 cents is compared to the $20 monthly surcharge that we're facing in 2026 based on the approved EmPOWER plans under a full transition to expensing. And so this is where I think we're trying to make sure that the commission understands that changes on some of these, when you're looking at the extension of that unamortized balance, for example, is just a 1% change on what that monthly surcharge might look like at that point in the future. So that's one where we're saying, hey, we think that is information the commission needs to understand, but it's also not something that necessarily needs to be modeled in 10 different scenarios or something.
Well, but I don't think we're having 10. We're having 2 scenarios.
Yeah, and
so I guess so. Listening to what Mr. Frayne has just said, is what is it that you would want to add to that modeling that you think would give us the information that we need? So what is it? What's missing?
And Commissioner Suchman, I was trying to explain that if the commission gives the work group some direction, we could probably go back to the work group and work out the details of the scenarios. And when I said circular, I think the work group was hoping the commission would give us direction. But if you give us some direction, I do feel that most likely we could agree on the scenarios as we did with the percentages, transitioning to expensing. So 2032, I think, is crucial. I think if the commission would direct the work group that it must do the modeling through 2032, or that the utilities will have to do the modeling through 2032, my thought is that hopefully the work group could agree on exactly how to model scenarios A, B, and C that OPC recommended. Because and I guess to say, sitting here today, it's hard for me to say, we have so many years to work with, right? So
That's what I was sort of struggling
Yeah.
with. So if the commission were to direct the work group to model, to look at scenarios where the modeling is modeled out to 2032, that will be clear enough. Mr. Frayne, would that be clear enough for the utilities to be able to engage in the work group to find a path forward?
Sure. If the commission wants us to extend the modeling, or a model, I'll say, out to 2032, we can do that. I think we need to also do that eyes wide open, that there are a lot of significant assumptions that are obviously going to go into that extension. The largest being what the costs are going to look like on an annual basis. That said, it could give you some information in terms of what the relative changes might look like in the surcharge, something like that, if that's something that you want.
Commissioner Barbe.
I mean, I think Commissioner Suchman touched upon the questions, several of the questions I was going to ask. But Mr. Frayne, let me ask this. I mean, how complex is this modeling process? How involved is it? What's involved in it that would make modeling 3 scenarios substantially more time-consuming and difficult than just modeling 1?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to build the model basically, in a spreadsheet essentially, and based on the different assumptions and different pieces of information that everyone is looking for, we're gonna have to put that together. It could take,
Well, let me ask the question this way. If we were to direct the work group to model for 2032, wouldn't it then just be a matter of plugging different variables into the same spreadsheet to get out a different output?
Depends on what the variables are that the parties or the commissioner are looking to see. What we could do is try to agree to kind of one model that we would do that would extend out to maybe 2032, and see what that looked like, see what information came from it, and then within the work group we could discuss if there needs to be any additional modeling or not.
Well, okay, so let me just ask this question, and this is to OPC also. Isn't it good enough to just have one workup for one point in time and a different one for a different point in time, which would allow us to extrapolate what the values would be in between? Wouldn't that be good enough?
Commissioner, I think it is correct that the exercise is not trying to figure out year by year what they are, but what you really do need to know is what the total cost to ratepayers is over a period of time in scenario A or scenario B. So I don't know that you need it by year. I suspect that.
Well, but I guess the question I'm asking is, are two values good enough for us to be able to calculate, if we wanted to, what it would be if we're, I mean, so much in public policy is about a spectrum of all the way here to all the way there. It seems to me reasonable to calculate these 2 points and then so that we can get a sense of what the flow of the information is.
I appreciate that point, Commissioner. I think in this case it is important to model each year because it's a dynamic change. So the unarbitraged balance is going from high to low at different rates, and so what you want to know is what the total cost to ratepayers is, not just what they're paying out in year 1 and year 2. So I actually think that
wait a minute. I presume that if we were to calculate what the numbers would be for 2032, that automatically would give us what the cash flows would be between now and 2032, automatically. I mean, if I have to calculate a financial scenario that's going to come to its conclusion in the year 2032, by definition, I'm going to know what the numbers are from now until then. Would that not be the case in this instance?
I don't think it necessarily is, and I'm interested to hear from BG&E, but my supposition would be that it actually is easier to just build a model that has each year, and then you can total up, you can sort of extract from it what you want. I don't.
Yeah, I think it just depends on what data you're looking to get out of the model. If you're just looking to get out of the model the total costs, you might be able to do exactly what you're saying, Commissioner Barve. But if you're trying to understand, for example, the trajectory of the monthly impact on a customer's bill or something like that, then you would need at least more than those two data points. You'd need, a few to be able to see what that, trajectory might look like. I think we certainly could take this back to the work group. We could look at modeling one scenario right now, which would give some information to OPC and the parties, and then we could talk about whether, or not that's enough, or whether they really want, more, and specifically what more they would want.
So let me ask this question. You said you can't talk for the other utilities, but the process that you'd go through to do this modeling is the same thing they'd have to go through, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And for staff, I mean, do you have given all what you've heard, I mean, you have
I think minimally, the utility should model the agreed upon work group consensus structure of the amortization pay down and include what's in HB 864. So we're using the average cost of outstanding debt, and we're going to pay off the existing unamortized balance by 2032, through 2032. And if that's agreeable to everyone here at the table, I think that's an appropriate first modeling exercise.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, if you can,
Yeah.
as Mr. Frame was saying, if you go back and forth and say, well, we'll change this percentage here, we're going to know marginally which direction the surcharge is going to go based on how far we extend the unamortized balance, or how much we decide to make, how quickly we go transition to expensing. We know that direction, what it's going to be. So we don't need, all these different scenarios of this percentage versus that percentage. I think the main percentage we agreed upon is a good starting point, and modeling through 2032. I mean, we have surcharge models from, from 9648 that kind of look at various ways to collect costs.
And this process, can be utilized by not just his company, but all the others involved in this, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, any other thoughts or suggestions before we move on? Any other utility who, didn't, I mean, if you agree with Mr. Frayne, that's fine, but if you want to make your own comments, now is your opportunity.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just add that we do agree that if the work group went back and modeled what Mr. Hurley described through 2032, we think that would give us quite a bit to work with. And then it sounds like the only thing that wouldn't be modeled is the singular impact of extending the pay down of the balance. But we could look at the results we have and then determine if that additional modeling is warranted. Just our opinion on that.
All right,
Thank
that's
you.
helpful. Yeah. Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, and I think, is there any reason we have to wait to do an order? I think we've expressed the guidance from the bench here, haven't we? That the work group can proceed and just get this modeling done, particularly the modeling that needs to be done to be consistent with HB 864.
Well, again, and that's why I sort of asked the earlier question, which is, if any other utilities have a specific concern from what's being sketched out here as a possible path forward, and I'd encourage you to speak now, because I do think that, the consensus that we have at the table here may be the direction we want to give the group to go forward, so.
I would just note that this work group, these issues seem to move forward at a glacial pace
Yeah.
too, and so,
I understand.
if we wait for another meeting, I don't
Yeah.
know what we'll have
Okay.
to show for it.
All right, so Mr. Hurley, since you're in charge of the work group, do you think you have enough direction from us to proceed forward on this particular part of the process?
Yes, I do. I think we can proceed forward.
Okay, all right.
Can I ask one other question, though? Did we answer the question about, further inquiry as to what could be done with the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017?
Oh, yeah.
Did you get what you need, Madam Chair?
At this point, we would like additional direction from the commission on that, but we have not yet reviewed the data responses that have come in. They were due yesterday, so they've come in, but we just haven't had a chance to look at them because we do wonder if some of these tax benefits could be accelerated and could have a significant impact on mitigating the surcharge. And maybe the utilities could answer the commission's questions regarding that, if the commission had questions. And what we will do is look at our data responses, and maybe we'll file something, or maybe we'll address that in the work group, depending on what the data responses say.
And I don't want to put you on the spot, but I mean,
Yeah.
can you?
I can answer.
Mhm.
Yeah, I can say that for BGE, the data responses that we provided to OPC yesterday, we have about $32 million in excess deferred balances in the electric distribution business that would be available to be used to kind of offset the EmPOWER surcharge. That $32 million, though, right now is already, the benefit of that is being included in distribution base rates today. So if it was decided to take it out of distribution base rates to, put it into the EmPOWER surcharge and to accelerate those benefits in some way to customers through the EmPOWER surcharge, that will have a corresponding effect of increasing distribution base rates. And so that is something that I just wanted to make sure that the commission was aware, is that this isn't this is sort of a zero-sum game in that sense.
So we can't use it twice. So
Can't use it twice.
Andrew Lawson from Washington Gas. Apologies. I would have come to the table. I thought you were going to call us up. So, yeah, for the excess deferred taxes, one of the things we share with the working group is we've actually, through the EmPOWER surcharge, calculated and passed back all of our excess deferred taxes related to the unamortized balance of EmPOWER from 2019 through 2022. So that's been done, and that's very visible to anyone who reviews any of our EmPOWER filings and calculated and shown. So also, I'll add, good with modeling any scenarios the commission orders. I can do that, and if actually it'd be easier for everyone, I'm happy to do it on behalf of all the utilities. The percentages will move pretty similarly for all of us. The dollar magnitudes will be different, but the percentages should be pretty similar. And my model is a little bit easier to, I think, manipulate. Not necessarily better, but easier to manipulate. So I'm happy to do it on behalf of everyone.
And I appreciate the offer, and I guess what I'll do is defer to Mr. Hurley, and if that seems to work, that sounds like a fine offer to me. So, yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Ray Valdez from Potomac Edison Company. I wanted to say that Potomac Edison is in a similar situation as BGE in a sense that all of our excess deferred income taxes are now embedded within the distribution component of rates. The vast majority of it is protected by, I shouldn't say protected, it's dictated by the Internal Revenue Code, which dictates how fast it can go through, which is a method called ARAM, the average rate assumption method, which unwinds as the associated capital depreciates off. There is a small amount, about $374,000, that is not controlled by the Internal Revenue Code. That is still left to amortize off through a 10-year period. So there's about 4 years left on that. That, though, also is embedded within our distribution rates. So it's a matter of, if you take something out of distribution rates go up, EmPOWER surcharge rates go down. So it's a balancing effect, and there's no net effect of it.
Zero-sum game, yeah.
Well, could I ask a question on that? I mean, but is it analogous to like paying off a higher interest credit card before another expense? I mean, if you were to pay down some of these amortization costs?
With the problem with it is the normalization provisions in Internal Revenue Code dictates that whenever the book timing depreciation flips, because normally at the beginning of an asset life, the tax depreciation is bigger than the book depreciation. Whenever it flips, that's whenever the ARAM provisions take over on the excess deferred income taxes, and it has to flow back over the remaining life of the associated asset. If a utility were to violate that provision, then the IRS could take away our ability to normalize and then also have a additional tax on top of that, which is the difference between what would have occurred through ARAM and what the utility is actually flowing through. And then it also has another provision that if the normalization provisions are taken away from the utility, ADITs start to decrease, eventually deteriorate to nothing, and rate base increases by the amount that the ADITs decrease. So there's a lot of factors in play when trying to adjust something from the Internal Revenue Code.
Okay.
Nice, no, it's nice, simple, straightforward process.
Yeah, well,
It's tax.
So, you want? Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Kasia Dana, PHI Retail Rates team. So similar story for PEPCO and DPL. There's some portion of benefits that is remaining and is available for acceleration. However, some of those funds are committed in the MYP proposal for PEPCO. And then also all of the benefits that were created by EmPOWER assets, those were already returned to customers over the period 2018 through 2022. So any remaining benefits are really associated with distribution assets.
Okay. You think you've kind of gotten an answer to deal with using the fund? Okay.
That's the information we're looking for, and it is obviously a trade-off if they were to be used for EmPOWER. But we'll also look a little bit more.
No, I understand.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, we asked many questions about it, but this has been very helpful, and we're happy that the commission has heard all the responses. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we'll definitely proceed with the modeling issue along the lines of what was sketched out here, and then, like I said, you decide whether or not you want to take advantage of the WGL offer to do all the work, and then I guess we'll put aside the second question if you think that you've seen something else or have some other issue related to what we've heard from the companies related to this. You can let us know, and then we'll deal with that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
So, anything else on the cost recovery report? Alrighty. Recycling rebate status report.
So our last work group report, we called it the happy work group report because it was a consensus.
all right.
In order number 90957, the commission requested information on the potential implications and appropriateness of limiting provisions of the recycling rebate to only those who have affirmatively replaced the recycled unit with an efficient appliance under EmPOWER. The joint utilities provided comments to the work group that stated introducing this requirement would unnecessarily complicate the customer participation experience and data collection process, as well as exclude the customer's primary target for the program, those who resell or continue to use the inefficient appliance as a secondary unit. This will significantly decrease participation and energy savings of these programs and potentially make them not cost effective. OPC and staff agree with the joint utility recommendations, and others can offer their opinions.
Any questions for staff? All right. OPC, any further comments?
Nothing further, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. We do agree.
Okay. MEA, nothing? Anyone else? Hearing none. Any questions? And so that's it for today?
That's it for today.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.